How's that for a slice of fried gold?
You think this is a fucking costume? This is a way of life.
I'll be back.
Just a flesh wound. I'm not gonna hurt you. I'm just gonna bash your brains.
Take your stinking paws off me, you damn dirty ape!
I'm sorry, Ben. I'm afraid I can't do that.
It's alive! It's alive! It's alive!
I guess everyone's entitled to one good scare.
You think if I start drinking whiskey now, I'll still be sober by the end of this Titanic episode?
I don't think you'll be sober by the end of the intro, Gary.
I think if you start drinking whiskey now, I think that you'll be drunk before Leonardo DiCaprio is cast in Titanic.
That's the goal, then. That's the goal. Well, hello and welcome to Cinema Shock. It's the podcast exploring the stories behind your favorite cult and genre films. We do all the research, so you don't have to. We're the three guys that tell you everything you need to know about your favorite movies and the people that made them. That's a good intro. I should have written that down.
Yeah. Luckily for you,
almost like you're a professional or something.
Luckily for you, we have it on record, Gary.
As that all came out, I was like, man, that's the one that should happen every
I honestly
episode.
thought you had prepared that, and I was proud of you.
Oh, thanks. No, off the cuff. I'm one of your hosts, Gary Horn.
I'm co-host Justin Bishop.
And I'm writer-comedian Mr. Todd A. Davis. Guys, I got to say, this series has been a long road getting from there to here. These episodes have taken a long time, but the time is finally here to see Jimmy Cameron's dream come alive at last, where he touched not the sky, but the depths of the icy Atlantic. In this part 6 of our series titled The Man of Tomorrow.
How many people do you think are going to get that, Todd?
Was that a Star Trek? Was that a Star Trek Enterprise reference?
Yeah, it is. And you know what? Not all the jokes are for the audience. That one's for me.
No. Luckily, Todd has just gotten over a bout with COVID.
Yes,
which I'm glad you're feeling better, Todd. Your voice sounds great. Honestly,
yeah. No, it's
a
very
nice
sexy,
baritone.
Right? Oh yeah.
But this is the one and only time that any dumb thing Todd says throughout the episode we can actually blame on COVID brain.
I'm sure there'll be more.
This is your mulligan.
Thank you.
It almost felt snake pit for a minute. I'm on call for work, and then we made it here.
Yeah, we got it. We recorded. We're recording much later, but I think we're still, unlike James Cameron, we're still going to meet our release date.
Yes,
nice
as scheduled. Hey, you guys know what episode of the podcast this is?
No.
69.
Yes.
Yeah. Which is great because there's a great Kate Winslet 69 story later in the show.
Inside that old car, right?
Yeah.
That would be very difficult, to be honest.
It would be difficult.
It's an alternate scene. It was in a very limited release. Like not a lot of people saw
If I could walk it back, I would actually have used that joke as a David Warner joke, 69 joke for him, but I didn't. So we can't go back in time. But since I've been digging into Jim Cameron a little bit more and more, I do want to start off with something. Have you guys heard of Harold and the Purple Crayon?
Yeah, the kid's book.
Yeah,
of course.
Yeah, it's so for the people who don't know, he like draws with a crayon, and if he wants to see the moon, he doesn't have the moon, so he draws a moon. And it's just, that kind of thing. Anyway, I was reading some interviews with Jim Cameron. I liked this quote from him. He said, "The road to success is like Harold and the Purple Crayon. You draw it for yourself. You have to imagine it first, and then you have to draw it, and then you have to walk it. Some people fall into good luck. Some people have it handed to them. But I think the great majority map it out for themselves." And,
I love that. That's fun.
Yeah, it's a nice quote from James Cameron.
And
it was good. I was listening to him on the Tim Ferriss podcast, and one of the questions came up. I was like, "What do you think your biggest failure is in your career?" And he was like, "I don't think that I have anything I would call like a big failure," and which sounds cocky from James Cameron, which you would imagine is right. But it actually works out, because what he was saying is, as he goes on to mention, he was like, "I guess professionally, you could say The Abyss, because it did not meet the money goal that probably we had at the time. He said, but if I had not made The Abyss, I could not have made Titanic.
Yeah.
And he says that was a big part, all the things he learned from The Abyss, including from not only technology, but from pacing and plot and that sort of things he messed up. He thought he had messed up as far as like the pacing of the story and like where things peaked and fell and stuff that he got to correct in Titanic. And so he said even there, that was a learning experience that helped him.
Well, I think that's cool that you should mention that, because that's something I've kind of been thinking a lot about with James Cameron, and I'd planned on bringing it up on either this or the next episode. But what I've really noticed, like digging deep into the making of all these movies in his career, is that every one of his movies relies on the previous movie that he made. Even the Terminator, because remember, he got that dumb fever dream when he went back to France and tried to like figure out what the hell was going on with Piranha 2. And then he had this dream that led to the Terminator, right? And every single thing, and the Terminator leads into him doing Aliens, because if he had not been able to pull off the Terminator, Fox wasn't going to let him do Aliens. And it goes on and on. The stuff, especially the Abyss to Titanic, like that is a very... there's a lot, and we're going to get into a lot of like the technology and stuff that they used on Titanic is stuff that he kind of started with on the Abyss. Same thing with, the CG that they're using in Terminator 2 to create the T-1000. That even works its way into Titanic with some of the motion capture stuff, which of course is an early version of the technology that created Avatar. Like every movie builds on the one before. It's like he's going in a progression, and none of his movies could have existed without the movie that he made before it, which I think is really, really cool. It's a really cool to see him go on that path. It's really fun to watch.
He's such a determined guy. It's interesting, even the stuff about him being a tyrant that we're going to talk about, or him being so hard to deal with, because he has to do the thing he's going to do. I read more about his dad. Like his dad wasn't very supportive of him. Obviously,
his dad has never been supportive of him, even after he made fucking Titanic and made billions of dollars.
Yeah, he thought this was a fad. This is just not going to work. He said that maybe half of his motivation was that he had to just not let his dad be right about any of this, that he had to succeed.
It's good a reason as any.
I've got another little quote from him here, and this is why I won't go as long as I did on the last episode with some of his stuff, but I like this too, because it tells a little bit about him, I think. He's talking about keeping your word in a lot of it. I assume that doesn't apply to your budget or schedule, but the fact that he's going to get stuff done that he says he's going to do. He says, when you're working in a public art form like filmmaking, you don't really need self-doubt, because if it's bad, you're going to hear exactly what's wrong with it. And if it's good, you'll hear what's good about it. There are plenty of other people who will inform you, so self-doubt is not necessary. You can set that one aside. Just drop it out the door. What you need is a lot of confidence to stand up to the slings and arrows, the barrage of negativity. We exist in peer environments, and when we're on the outside and we're trying to get in, all our peers are like us and just a bunch of friends or people with similar interests. None of them think you're special. They think they're special. So very few people are going to give you encouragement. I think ultimately your word becomes the most important thing that you have. It's the most important currency you can have. Having a successful film is very important as well, but in the long run, your word is the most important thing. And if you say you're going to do something, you have to do it. I think that's what saw me through on Titanic. Titanic was in some ways the roughest project that I've ever been involved with. And what saw me through on that was that I had a relationship with the people who were quite rightly panicking, but they never completely panicked because they knew who I was. And we always treated each other with respect. I always did what I think was the right or ethical thing throughout that, even though it was costing me millions of dollars personally, right out of my pocket to do it. I felt I had to do it, or they would never trust me again on another film. And I think that's ultimately the most important currency that you reap from any situation. So that's a setup for Titanic there.
Yeah, I think so. Well, I've got another setup for Titanic, as long as we're reading quotes.
All right,
here,
let's do
Gary. Because so we first of all, I want to establish, we've talked about that Rebecca Keegan book, the Futurist, which me and Gary have both read. That was a great resource for this episode. But also, I want to acknowledge Paula Parisi's is a book called Titanic and the Making of James Cameron, an entire book about 230 pages solely about the making of Titanic, which I read for this episode. And it is a great read. Honestly, one of the best books about making movies that I've ever read, as far as the amount of detail and the amount of access that she was given. It's a really outstanding book. Obviously we can't cover everything that was in that book, or this would be an 8-hour episode. So I would highly recommend going out and reading that. It's a really great companion piece to what we're doing here. And it was a really great resource. But I say that to say that both of those books contain a quote. I think it's actually in the very beginning of the Titanic book, or it might be at the beginning of one of the chapters, but I think it's the very beginning of the book, if I remember correctly. But it's not a quote by James Cameron. It's a quote by Quentin Tarantino from his appearance on the Howard Stern show, where he says, he's telling a joke. This Hollywood guy dies and goes to heaven. Peering through the pearly gates, he glimpses someone riding overhead in a crane with a movie camera and says, I didn't know James Cameron was dead. St. Peter replies, no, that's God. He only thinks he's James Cameron.
Nice.
Which I think is a good setup for the rest of this episode as well.
Yeah.
So James Cameron, by the mid-90s, he was a very well-established hit maker. He made a lot of successful films. All of his films really had been hits to varying degrees. The Abyss may be the one outlier there, but even The Abyss wasn't like a total flop. And it was as we discussed, I think creatively it was very successful. But his last couple prior to this movie were massive money makers, but he also was kind of gaining a reputation for being a tyrant on set and for spending a lot of money. Both Terminator 2 and True Lies had broken records for their budgets. They were both called the most expensive film of all time, back to back, and he was also seen as an egomaniac who had a laser-like focus, who would stop at nothing to get his films made the way that he wanted them made. And I think that goes kind of back to that quote from him that Gary read. But the production of his next film certainly wouldn't help his reputation in that regard. By time it was complete, he was the most notorious director in Hollywood. If the press at the time were to be believed, and there was a lot of press at the time, James Cameron was a dictator on set. He was a guy who would scream at his cast and crew, someone who would put the folks working for him through hell, both physically and mentally. Now, some of those reports were more or less accurate, but a lot of them were highly exaggerated. But on top of it all, he'd also spend more money to make that film than anyone ever had. And this was on a film that was a far cry from the types of movies that were dominating the box office in the 1990s, and a far cry from anything that he had done prior to that. But of course, there was a big payoff because when all was said and done, the film in question would end up being one of the most successful box office hits of all time. It received the best reviews of Cameron's career, and it went on to win 11 Academy Awards. We're talking, of course, you guys know, we're talking about James Cameron's 1997 film, Titanic.
Take a journey back in time in search of a mystery locked beneath the sea. This January, you will be given the key.
We're going to America.
The water is freezing and there aren't enough boats. Half the people on the ship are going to die.
Now, with the popularity of this film, the historical nature of the story, it should go without saying, but as we say on every episode, unlike flotation vests and lifeboats, spoilers abound. So, Gary, I'm going to need you to make sure you watch the movie before you listen to this episode, okay?
Well, I've done it. I've finally done it. 25 years later,
we're going to spoil the ending, I'm so glad we finally got Gary to watch this movie.
Yeah.
This is honestly, getting Gary to watch Titanic was the main reson I wanted to do a James Cameron series. It's all been leading up to this.
This was it. This is it.
So how do you go through your whole life never having seen Titanic?
Now you have to.
And you know what's funny too is just on a side note, on my social media, when I even posted that I had seen Titanic for the first time, it got plenty of reaction.
Like, people going, what the fuck? Like, well, the first time ever?
People
like the
telling and people just spouting off their memories of Titanic. So it was nice. Just interesting. I was like, this movie, say what you will, it it made an impact on people.
It sparks a reaction in people. So the first seeds of what would eventually grow into Titanic went way back, more than a decade before the film's release. Cameron, of course, he'd been familiar with the story of the doomed ship. He had read Walter Lord's 1955 nonfiction book, A Night to Remember, when he was a kid. He had also seen the 1958 film adaptation of that book. But his obsession really began in 1985 when he saw a National Geographic Explorer documentary about oceanographer Robert Ballard's discovery of the wreck. First time anyone had ever dived down to seen the wreck. Not only was he fascinated by the footage of the wreck itself, but he was fascinated with how the footage was achieved. It was achieved with the use of remotely operated vehicles, otherwise known as ROVs. This was like the stuff of science fiction for James Cameron. Remember, he's a science nerd. This is science fiction stuff, seeing things that no one had ever seen before. Only these were filmed in the oceans of our planet instead of in outer space. And as you can imagine, the concept and the footage that he saw greatly inspired The Abyss just a couple of years later. Cameron's first notes about a Titanic film or a potential Titanic film are actually dated way back in 1987, before The Abyss even came out. Wow. And here's how his notes read. Do story with bookends of present-day scene of wreck using submersibles intercut with memory of a survivor and recreated scenes of the night of the sinking. A crucible of human values under stress, a certainty of slow impending doom. And he has metaphor in parentheses. Division of men doomed and women and children saved by custom of the times. Many dramatic moments of separation, heroism, and cowardice. Civility versus animal aggression. Needs a mystery or driving plot element woven through with all this as background. And that's a pretty succinct summary of what we would eventually get with Titanic, except for any mention of a romantic plot, although the mystery or driving plot element he talks about is certainly what became the romance between Jack and Rose. So it's kind of cool that he had this thing mapped out pretty much immediately, other than actual like story beats, but he had the plot down for what he wanted to do a full decade before the movie came out.
Yeah, I think that just goes to show, like, he's not a dummy. Like, he knows what he's doing.
And this guy, he's always filing away ideas. Like, he's got like a run. Once computers came into it, he has like a running file that's just a list of ideas over and over and over that he can go back and refer to later on. And he did file this idea away for a few years. And then in a moment of serendipity, one night in 1992, for no particular reason, so this is in between Terminator 2 and True Lies, he pulled a VHS copy of A Night to Remember off his shelf. Just kind of saw it sitting on the shelf, decided, hey, yeah, that sounds good. I'll watch that tonight. He watched it for the first time in many, many years. And watching the film for the first time, new ideas for a potential Titanic film started popping into his mind, including the addition of a love story and the use of modern day robotics to get footage of the actual wreck. Because remember, he'd been fascinated by these ROVs used in that 1985 documentary, but this technology was continually getting better and better. So he knew that he could get even better footage if he really wanted to. And as it so happens, Cameron's old friend Al Giddings, remember Al Giddings? We talked about him in The Abyss. He was the underwater cinematographer that he had worked with on that, and he had a background in doing underwater. He was kind of the modern day Jacques Cousteau, doing all these underwater documentaries. Well, Al Giddings also had an interest in the Titanic, and he had recently directed a documentary about the wreckage called Treasures of the Deep. So Cameron's in his office or his apartment or wherever. He watches that VHS of A Night to Remember, and then he starts rifling through his mail, like the same night. And he sees an invitation to Al Giddings' documentary, to the premiere of Al Giddings' documentary. So that's why I called it a moment of serendipity, because this is all kind of happening at the same time. It's like it was meant to be. Yeah. So he goes to the premiere, and he became really intrigued at watching this documentary at the footage of the filmmakers working with the crew of a Russian research ship called the Keldysh, which had two of the only submersibles in the entire world. They were called the Mir 1 and Mir 2 that were capable of going to the depths needed to film the Titanic wreckage. So after the film ended, he and Giddings discussed the possibilities of making a narrative film about the Titanic using real footage of the wreck. And Giddings is there as the director of this film. Everyone's trying to meet him, but he's just engrossed in this conversation with James Cameron. They were there like until after midnight. The janitors had to kick him out so that they could clean the theater at the end of the thing, because they were just like into it. They were just really excited about this idea. So within a few weeks, he and Giddings, they had their visas and they were off to Russia to meet with a Dr. Anatoly Sagalovich. And his team of oceanographers, he's the guy who's basically in charge of the Keldysh, this Russian research vessel, which is the largest research vessel in the world. We should probably mention.
Wow.
It is enormous. Cameron and Giddings were taken aboard the Keldysh. They were given a tour of the ship. And during their discussions, Cameron, Giddings, and Sagilovich, they talked about the possibility of somehow mounting a 35 millimeter camera to the front of one of the Mir subs while using the other sub to somehow light the scene, like putting lights on it or something along those lines. This is something that had never been done before. Nobody had ever submerged a 35 millimeter camera this way at all.
Yeah, and these guys were kind of iffy about it too. They weren't sure like how exactly to take any of this, but I read a little bit that Cameron, kind of presented this as, this is different though. This is a Hollywood movie. It's not a documentary. This is a work of fiction.
Yeah.
We're not trying to get like super sciencey. It's, this is a different way to present your stuff. It'll show the world what you guys can do and how your stuff works. The stuff you've invented works, and it'll be in this commercial film. So it means more people are going to see it and become more interested in what you're doing. And that leads to more, money for you and
more funding.
Yeah.
Well, and the thing about that is that their funding and for research had slowed down considerably with the fall of the Soviet Union. So they were not getting to do as much on the Keldysh. They were not getting to go on as many like explorations and things like that since the Soviet Union had fallen a few years earlier. Cameron would end up he'd go on to film True Lies before revisiting the idea of diving down to the Titanic. But once True Lies was released, he decided that Titanic would be his next film. So he starts to shape his story a little bit more, starts actually writing a screenplay or a scriptment. And as he's doing this, he decided on the idea of a doomed romance between a first-class female and a third-class male. Now, the reason that he decided on this was kind of practical because historically, first-class women on the Titanic had the highest rate of survival on the ship, about a 97% survival rate. Third-class men, like Jack, only had about a 16% survival rate because, it's women and children first, but also by class. So Jack's at the bottom of the totem pole there,
so leave it to James Cameron to stick with the statistics and the science of the whole thing.
Right, exactly.
Didn't change much about that.
No. But that does instantly create tension in the story, so it makes sense. And Cameron, when he started planning this, he had planned on Titanic being a bit smaller than his previous films. He knew that this wasn't the kind of story that was like a guaranteed box office success. It was a period piece. It was a story where everyone knows the ending, and there's no chance for a sequel. So he thought he'd be able to make it for about $80 million, which is a modest budget by James Cameron standards.
How? Because it's just a boat in the ocean.
Yeah,
we're not going crazy.
Yeah, just sink a boat.
We're only going a little underwater.
Anybody
for
can
a
sink
minute.
a boat. I could sink a boat.
Right. It's not like some kind of space fantasy here. But yeah, and make no mistake, by the way, all of this, Cameron had this idea in some interviews I listened to where he talked about, he knew that like he was interested in a lot of the sciencey stuff, obviously.
Oh yeah, for sure.
But he knew that the Jack and Rose story was the only way to keep people interested through the whole thing. He had to have that thread.
Yeah, he almost made this movie as an excuse to actually get to dive down to the Titanic and do the sciencey stuff.
Well, I'm glad you said that because I saw there was an interview and it was around the time that whatever it was, it Goes to the Abyss or something. It was one of them around the time when he goes back to Titanic. And in that interview, the guy's asking, he says, people today are fond of asking you why you went back to the Titanic. But I've read that one of the initial focuses of the movie Titanic was precisely because you did want to dive to the wreck. You started the movie by being interested in the wreck, and the movie kind of followed. And James Cameron says, I can actually be way more blunt than that. I was trying to figure out a way to dive to the Titanic wreck, and the only tools at my disposal were that I could tell a major studio that I'd make a movie about it if they'd fund it.
Yeah. So basically, he just got Fox to fund his scientific exploration of the Titanic. That's what he did. So in early 1995, Cameron made his pitch to Peter Chernin. Peter Chernin is the president of 20th Century Fox at the time, who had become Cameron's ally during the development of True Lies. And it was a pretty simple pitch. When he walked into his office, he brought a coffee table book of paintings of the Titanic called Titanic, An Illustrated History by Don Lynch. He flipped open to the centerfold image of the book, which is of the ship. It's halfway sunk, halfway underwater, lights still blazing on it, reflecting off the still water, lifeboats escaping into the night. It's a really great painting. And so he opens it up, shows this book to Peter Chernin and says, Romeo and Juliet on this ship, Romeo and Juliet on the Titanic. That's what we're doing. And that was it. That was his pitch.
And that's not a bad pitch, although I'm sure there's some people we'll probably talk about later who might not have been on board for that.
Well, it's not as crazy a pitch as, let's say, getting Lance Henriksen to kick down the door as the Terminator in a producer's office.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
It's a lot simpler than that. That was it, really. A book in a single sentence. That's what sold it. And Chernin was sold on the idea. The two spent the next few hours discussing the story's dramatic potential and the bookend story that Cameron had in mind for it.
You saying that just made me picture James Cameron standing in the office of the execs and bringing Kate Winslet and trying to drown her in a pool. Look at that. Do you care about her? Do you
be like this?
Do you want her to live? This is why you make this movie.
He just murders Leonardo DiCaprio in the office.
Right.
All right, so we're not using him. Someone...
And that's what happened to River Phoenix, really.
Oh, no. So anyway, then comes the real sales pitch. Cameron had to convince Chernin to finance underwater dives to the actual wreck of the Titanic. And like we said, this is kind of his motivation for this in the first place. Footage of the wreck was crucial to the film that Cameron wanted to make. And sure, they could pull it off with CGI probably, but the dives to the actual Titanic would be, if not cheaper, at least no more expensive than using CGI. Plus, having actual footage of the wreck would generate a lot of publicity for the film and could become a major part of the film's marketing, and thus the budget for it could actually be considered part of the film's marketing budget. So that was kind of how he sold him on it. So Fox agreed. They agreed to a dive budget of about $4 million. And Cameron then had to figure out exactly how the hell he was going to shoot the footage of the Titanic. Because remember, he's trying to do something nobody's done before, which is, I feel like we've said that on every episode of this this series so far.
He's doing something that nobody's ever done before. Again.
Once again. All the previous footage of the Titanic had been achieved by poking a lens of a small camera to the viewport of a submarine. And these are really thick viewports. I think Bill Paxton in the movie says they're it's 9 inches of glass, so it's not the best footage. So Cameron wanted a camera that he could put on the outside of the sub to get a more clear image, so that he could, and also pan and tilt and maneuver the camera in a more cinematic way. He'd have more control over what the camera was picking up. The problem with that is that the Titanic's wreckage is about 13,000 feet underwater, where the pressure is about 5,000 pounds per square inch. So figuring you can't just put a camera on the end of the sub. As soon as you get a few hundred feet below water, that camera's just going to explode, So figuring out how to get a camera on the outside of the sub that would work fell to Cameron's brother, Mike, who was an aerospace engineer. He'd helped Cameron with several of the hurdles he had to cross to film the Abyss's underwater scenes. We talked all about those during the Abyss episode. Mike is, if James Cameron's a genius, Mike Cameron, I think, is a super genius. This guy is legit. He is incredibly smart.
I bet Mike's listening to this right now.
Yes. Yeah. Fuck you, Jim.
Now's my time in the sun.
Dickhead. You hear that? I'm the super genius.
All right, so let's get a little nerdy here, because I had to look into a little bit. I did a lot of research on the actual Titanic wreck because I'm fascinated by it. I have been since I was a kid. Kids go through those phases where every kid has an astronaut phase and a dinosaur phase where they're into dinosaurs. I had those as well. Especially dinosaurs, which I think I'm probably still a little bit in my dinosaur phase. But I had a Titanic phase when I was a kid because I had a book that I'd bought at a museum or something on a field trip probably, and it had pictures of the Titanic and cross sections and things like that. So there was a time when I was in an elementary school that I got really into the Titanic. So I've always been kind of fascinated by the actual wreck. So I started looking into this a little bit more. There's something that occurs at deep depths where they're wanting to film this, called implodable volume. An implodable volume is defined by any structural shell or body that is acted upon by external pressure and contains internal gas at a lower pressure or vacuum. That's kind of wordy, but basically that means that if there's air inside the camera casing that's at a lower pressure than the pressure outside of the casing, then you're going to get an implosion with the same amount of shock as a hand grenade, which could, of course, seriously damage the hull of the sub. And if the hull is damaged enough, it could also cause the sub itself to implode, killing the entire crew, including Mike's brother Jim. So, he's got a lot riding on getting this right.
Yeah.
well, think of Coffee or Michael Biehn in his death in the Abyss.
That's exactly what you see in that. Yep.
Yeah, in the Abyss. And actually, even when you see that movie, if you go back and watch it, when he dies from the implosion. Cameron calls it like a reverse stick of dynamite. You mentioned the hand grenade, so that's another way of looking at it. And but just when he explodes or he gets crushed, the glass breaks and bubbles come out, but it's just like a little bit of bubbles.
Yeah,
like little tiny bubbles, because all of the air inside of the thing is compressed.
Yeah.
So he freaking thought of all of that when he
sure did.
Killed Michael Biehn. But just to reestablish, see what you were talking about, no movie camera's ever been down this deep before. So these housings they made were like titanium, bigger than any housings that had ever gone to that depth. And the cameras were even technically like special built cameras for the project. So, and one of the things they did, which you probably knew this, Justin, but I did not know. They had 2 perforations per frame instead of the standard 4 perforations per frame. Which is basically, as I understand it, denoting like the size. That these are like the holes like on the sides
of the film.
Yeah. But essentially it just helped the film last longer than normal because the dives are all like 15 hours long and you can't reload film in the middle of it. So
interesting. I didn't know that. That's really interesting. But it's crazy how much technology they had to invent just to get this footage. Jeez. I mean, and I'm talking, we'll get into the other stuff with the, the stuff set on the Titanic, but I'm talking about just the little bit of footage you see of the actual Titanic wreck. Like the stuff they had to invent for it is insane. Like it's crazy to me.
Jeez.
Another one is that Cameron wanted an ROV, like the one he'd seen in that Ballard's documentary about the wreck in the mid 80s, and his ROV, which he nicknamed Snoop Dogg for reasons I can't quite figure out. But it was called Snoop Dogg. You see it in the film called Snoop Dogg.
To quote Jim Cameron, we called the ROV Snoop Dogg because he was on a long leash and his job was to sneak around inside the wreck. Boom!
There you go. Well, thank
Show's
you, Gary.
over.
Nice.
Mystery solved.
Thank you, Gary. Well, and he actually wanted his ROV to be a character in the film, a functional movie prop, because he wanted it to work as an actual ROV and actually get footage, but he wanted you to be able to see it working in the context of the film. So to create that, he hired Western Space and Marine, which is the company that he had hired to create those dive helmets that they used on the Abyss. He went back to those guys, the full faceplate dive helmets. So he's got that out of the way. They created 2 different ROVs. I think the other one's called Duncan, like the donuts.
Thanks.
And Gary, do you have a story behind that one? Do you know why that one's called Duncan?
No, actually, you saying that when I was watching it, like he said in the movie, the one that it's Snoop Dogg the whole time. They treat it like it's they treat it like it's 2 different name. Ones.
Oh, gotcha.
Well, here's I'm surprised that I know and you guys don't. So this was the second one that they named Duncan was actually the one that they did cocaine off of. So it was covered in powdered sugar. So they called it Duncan.
I see. Yeah. That does make sense.
And that's just that's just a fact that I found, guys.
Yeah, was that on the IMDb trivia section?
Yeah, it's in there. It's in there. You got to dive.
Todd, I'm gonna go ahead and call bullshit on that story. And the only reason I'm calling bullshit is I happen to know. And we'll talk about this later. They're doing PCP on this trip, not cocaine.
Okay.
Well, let's be honest. James Cameron doesn't even drink coffee.
That's true.
So he's not.
No, I think that comes later because
it's during this movie.
I was about to say because he definitely we'll get to it, but he definitely talks about drinking tequila at one point.
Oh no, he drinks tequila. He just doesn't drink coffee.
Oh, okay.
He just doesn't do caffeine.
Yeah, he's not a monster. Come on.
He doesn't. He stopped drinking caffeine a movie or 2 before this because James Cameron's intense. I don't know if you guys have caught onto that throughout this series.
I've heard rumblings about
He's
that.
intense,
Yeah.
and caffeine makes him more intense.
Whoa.
So like there are stories of him just like after a day of shooting, he's just like roaming the hotel hallways because he's got so much pent up energy. So he just completely cut out caffeine because he doesn't need it. He's just naturally caffeinated.
Yeah.
God help anybody who ran into him during that time.
Right. All right. So August 1995, Cameron's crew meets up with the Russian scientists from the Keldysh in Halifax, Nova Scotia, where they would depart to find the wreckage of the Titanic using the project named Planet Ice in order to keep an air of secrecy over what they were doing. Very few people knew about this expedition. James Cameron, obviously the entire crew that he's got with him, Peter Chernin, a couple of people at Fox, but very few people even at Fox knew that this was happening. Once aboard the Keldysh, Cameron and the Russian submarine pilot spent hours practicing maneuvers using a detailed model of the shipwreck and mirrors. So he's got little models as well as a small little lipstick camera that he used a lot that where he could kind of plan out angles he'd wanted to shoot. So he's got this tiny little camera, like what a spy would use, and he's going around the wreck of the Titanic, planning out where he wants the ROVs to go once he gets down there. Well, the ROVs and the mirror and the actual subs, and this type of preparation was crucial because once the time came, it would take up to 10 hours to get down to the sub, to the shooting location. And Cameron would only have 12 minutes of film once he got there. So he had to know exactly what he was going to shoot when he got there. Also, on top of that, each time they went down to the Titanic cost about $40,000.
Holy crap.
So, yeah. For 12 minutes of film that may or may not be usable. So so preparation is key.
They're a bunch of idiots. This is financially sound. Yeah.
Hey, it ended up being fine.
Yeah, of course.
Don't doubt James Cameron,
True.
So, the next month, September 8th, 1995, Cameron squeezed his 6'2" frame into a 7-foot wide cockpit of the Mir 1 alongside two other guys. He's got Segalovich and another Russian engineer in there. So the three of them are squeezed in this tiny little sub, and they would share that small space for the 14 hours that it would take to get to the Titanic and back on that first trip. Wow. As they descended, so they're going down this first trip, the waters around them grew darker and darker. They start out crystal clear. They get dark blue, navy. By about 900 feet below the surface, it was pitch black already. And they still got 11 or 12,000 feet left to go before they hit the bottom. And it also grew a lot colder as they descended to just above freezing. Once they reached the bottom, they had to find the wreckage of the Titanic in complete darkness. And they've got some sonar and things like that, but they're basically in complete darkness. The port window of the mirror is only about 6 inches in diameter, and they had no way to see anything on the sides or behind them. So that's their only field of vision, is this little 6-inch porthole. At one point, they came upon a mound of clay on the ocean floor that was taller than the sub itself. And so Segalovich, he's piloting the sub, and he maneuvers over the mound, but the thrusters stirred up the silt, which caused it to swirl all around the ports, blocking what little visibility they had. And then once that silt cleared, it clears, and then they see it, the Titanic. It's right in front of them, but it's about 10 feet in front of them. And the current is pushing them quickly towards the Titanic. So they're about to crash right into it.
Oh, no.
But thanks to some fancy piloting by Segalovich, the Mir, sailed upwards. It went over the guardrail of the ship, and then it landed gently right in the middle of the Titanic's deck. He landed on the deck of the wreckage.
Nice.
But I mean, that they got very lucky, and James Cameron was kind of pissed that this happened because it shouldn't have happened. If they had landed a few feet to the other direction, they could have gotten stuck in an open, like a gaping hole, basically, and they would probably still be there.
Well, and to really appreciate it, I mean, one of the things you got to understand too is, like, one of the parts even the Russian scientists love was that, like, about this being a movie, is that this isn't going to be seeing it the same way you'd see in a documentary. This is like lit like a movie,
right?
And there's a lot of models, accurate models, but there's models.
Yeah, there are models used.
But when you see so like in these type scenes, when you're seeing the two subs on the screen, it's models,
right?
But you had one sub shooting the Titanic, and then one sub is shooting the sub shooting the Titanic. And when you're seeing the sub shooting, when you're seeing the sub that's shooting the Titanic, it's pitch black down there is what I'm trying to get at.
Yeah.
It's like without the lighting from the second sub, Like, I mean, you can only see what is directly lit in front of you.
Right.
So getting your bearings is not something that's particularly easy down there. You can't just like wander around until you like stub your toe on something.
Right. Because if you run into something, you are potentially dead.
Yeah. And same with the ROV. When you see that POV footage from the ROV, that's the real deal.
Yep.
But if you watch like on the docks, like what the ROV is shooting, it's not, I mean, they worked on the footage they used from the ROV, because like, it's like I said, you can only see what the light is hitting. It is like dead black, like pitch black around all over the place, except for where the light is. And this is like the first time anybody ever filmed inside the ship.
Yeah. That footage you see of the ROV from inside the ship is the first time any of that stuff had ever been seen since 1912.
Yeah. But anyway, so all of that to say, it's a scary prospect, I imagine, when you're down there, just and to think of how, because I think you're thinking of like the Titanic, you're like, how the fuck something to sneak up on you? But it's like, you can't see
anything.
Yeah.
You're blind down there. And Cameron, he had studied the layout of the ship in detail. He basically knew the layout of the Titanic by heart. Like he had memorized it. And he
saved that camera, by the way. Sorry to cut you off, but like, I mean, he, like when it bounced, he turned on the like pan and tilt thing and like could tell where they were enough to like move the camera out of the way of getting crushed. It like almost shattered the glass dome where the camera was when it hit, but it ended up hitting, like he said, like a matte box that surrounded it, and it was crushed, but the camera survived.
Yeah, luckily he was able to tell, because he knew the layout of the ship so well. He knew exactly where they were on the ship once they landed. He knew the section of the Titanic that they were landed on, and he immediately got to shooting footage. And it wasn't until later, and he's very like business-like at this point. He's like, I'm getting this footage. He's approaching it like a scientist, he's like very focused on getting this footage. And it wasn't until later, when he was back on the Keldysh, that the enormity of what he had seen that day really dawned on him. He had just sailed through the coffin of over 1,500 people. And when he realized that, he's like sitting in his quarters, back on the ship. And this dawned on him that, hey, I'm not seeing this just as like a scientist, like people's lives, like 1,500 people died on this thing. That's a big deal. And he was overwhelmed with emotion. And from that time on, he was determined to honor the place and the event and the lives that were lost, not just looking at this from a scientific aspect, but like trying to really honor the tragedy that had unfolded. And he approached everything else from that point of view.
And like you said too, a little bit, not just even from a scientific perspective of like what you're getting to do or seeing, or how you made this thing and you can do all this shit nobody's ever done, but like to really appreciate what you're seeing, being in that moment.
I mean, it's the same thing that Bill Paxton's character realizes by the end of the film. Brock, he's first approaching this as a treasure hunter and a scientist and an explorer. And then after he hears Rose's story, the enormity of what happened that night on the Titanic really hits him. It hits all of them.
You see him like opening that safe, like you said. Yeah, he's just like throwing shit aside. Like he's only concerned about the diamond. But it's about learning. So yeah, it's kind of like the motif for the whole film. Like you're learning to appreciate the experience and the history of what's happening. I think they did something like 12 double dives with the subs over 25 days. But in one interview, it was in Wired, they had his diary through the process for the dives.
Cool.
And cool. So you could read like what he was saying through the whole thing. Kind of like what you saw Bill Paxton doing at the beginning of the movie, where he has the camera on himself and he's like talking to the camera or whatever. He said it was really on like the third or fourth dive. He said he had some vodka with the Russian dive mates. I was thinking it was tequila, but I guess it was vodka.
That's Russians.
And he said he had gone back to his cabin, and he said the first few dives had drained him physically and mentally. And he said, quote, I just sat there and I started to cry, thinking about the dive and everything I had seen. Later on in the article, he says, that's the moment my technical guard got let down and I kind of got overwhelmed by it all. Then I made myself a promise to always take the time on every dive to be there, because otherwise I might as well have been sitting up in the ship driving the ROV. There's no reason for me to physically be down there if I'm not going to appreciate this.
Yeah, absolutely. And now I don't want to go too deep into the, the history on the actual Titanic. There are plenty of resources for that, including, this movie to an extent. But it is really easy, I think, looking back on the Titanic, the ship, with modern eyes, to forget how big of a deal it was back in 1912. The Titanic was the pinnacle of human engineering and the pinnacle of human opulence, for that matter. The ship cost $7.5 million to build. That's about $225 million in today's dollars.
Wow.
A top first class ticket was $3,100, which adjusted for inflation is about $92,000 today.
Holy crap.
That's the top. That's the top level. But a third class ticket, which is what Jack has, was $32, which is about $950 today.
Wow.
The Titanic was the most luxurious, most technologically advanced ship ever built. And it was touted at the time as unsinkable, which was almost true. In fact, out of every potential scenario, there was only one way that the Titanic could sink, and it was the exact way that it sank. It could have been hit in any other way. It could have hit that iceberg head on. It could have been hit in a different part of the ship, and it would have been fine. I mean, it would have been damaged, but it wouldn't have sank. But the way that it sank, the way, how they describe it in the film as like Morse code hitting along the side. The way that it hit that iceberg in that exact way is the only way that this ship would have sank.
Jeez.
I mean, what are the chances of that? I mean, that's like in the script, one of the characters at the dinner scene says, all of life is a game of luck. And that's basically what this is. Like this, there are so many ways that this ship would have survived every other possible scenario. And the one thing that took it down is what took it down. It's wild.
It was that or Godzilla. Let's be honest. Godzilla could have taken it.
Godzilla's nowhere near Nova Scotia. he's got several land masses in between
that you know of.
On that day, lucky for them.
And there would be 11 more dives after that one, so 12, like Gary said, to get the footage that Cameron needed on the wreckage of the Titanic. He even used Snoop Dogg. He took the ROV inside of the wreck, getting footage of the inside of the ship, footage that he had not actually planned on using that footage for the film initially. He had not planned on going inside the ship with the ROV, and he just kind of couldn't help himself when he was down there, because it was dangerous to do, because that cable could get snagged on something. Then they lose the whole ROV, and those things cost like $1 million, So, but he couldn't help himself. So they got that footage, which is incredible footage, and it also served as not only it's used as footage in the film, but it served as a reference for their recreation of the ship when they were building their sets later on. So,
yeah, it was crazy. Like he talks a lot about, I see why this episode's going to be so long or broken up, because we're just in the opening few minutes of the movie. But it's just, they had the book, like you mentioned before, there were like photo books, you could find of stuff. And so they kind of had to guess at some things. Mm-hmm. And even with the ROV, not everything's intact down there like it would be. No. I think they said like the porcelain tubs and stuff like that, the brass bed frames. You can see them like in the documentary they find the fireplace, and there's stuff that's there, but most things are disintegrated and just
or like covered in rusticles, or they broke up on. I mean, the amount of pressure on that impact once it went down, and the fact that there's 5,000 pounds per square inch of pressure on top of it, the weight of all that water, it's a lot of things were very quickly destroyed.
Just pulverized.
So some of the stuff they did in a tank, and then they took examples of things like the boot and the glasses. I think you see at one point, or that doll's head. Yeah. Those are things other divers have recounted seeing or something.
Yeah, that footage is far too good to have been captured. Far too clear, you know what I mean, to have been captured on one of the dives.
Yeah, yeah, and that's why, like, even with the Snoop thing, they're really only using the one, even on they act like they send one to the like dining hall and one in the master stairway or something like that, but it's really the same ROV doing both those things, and so then they put it in a tank and they filmed the ROV doing stuff. So there's only one Snoop Dogg. You know what I'm saying?
That's true. There will always only be one Snoop Dogg.
Well, I guess technically two.
Tannel Dizzle.
But yeah, man, it's crazy to think about. And then what's wild too is this is just like where they're at is like a 21-ton section of the ship that had broken off.
Yeah. The rest of it's like a mile and a half away.
Right. And he talked a little bit about how like they had tried to around this time, like somebody had tried to raise this stuff out of the ocean and they couldn't even like get it out of the ocean. It like broke apart and fell. So they're like even in like a part of that, but it's just, I don't know. The actual Titanic is like a 60,000 ton ship, to put it in perspective. Cameron talked about that raising the Titanic thing, saying he thought that was absurd. He's like that he even more felt like their job was to respect this whole thing and the wreckage, and their intention is to film and share the photographs with people. And,
not trying to take it away from where it lays.
Exactly. Yeah. Just for what it's worth, the piano was totally Jim Cameron. He destroyed a piano with a drill, he said.
It's cool though.
Yeah, he said that there would not be a piano surviving in there, but it's cool.
It's a great image though. So once this expedition was complete, Cameron's next step was to find his leads, which was going to be a little bit of a challenge because Cameron's script called for the characters to be very young. Rose is 17 years old. Jack is about 20. Cameron wanted them to be young because he felt it was very important for Titanic to be the story of first love, because it's like that more like intense, that the first time you've fallen in love, the intensity of that. And he felt like that was very important to the story, which I think
passion.
Yeah, exactly. And I think that's what makes it work. If these were like older characters, it wouldn't work as well because it wouldn't be as believable. Cameron once again worked with his casting director, Mally Finn. Remember, we talked about her in Terminator 2. She's the one who had discovered Edward Furlong on that movie. Her first goal for this was to find an actress to play Rose. Rose, it makes sense for Rose to be the first character you find because this movie is almost entirely through Rose's eyes, with a few exceptions where it goes to Jack's point of view, but it's almost entirely from Rose's point of view. And she had her eyes set on a 21-year-old English actress named Kate Winslet. So Kate Winslet, she had made her film debut a couple years earlier in Peter Jackson's Heavenly Creatures, which is an incredible film. I think we've already mentioned it on this show once before, but I'm a big fan of Heavenly Creatures. It's really outstanding. And she followed that up with Ang Lee's 1995 adaptation of Sense and Sensibility, which is a role that had earned her an Oscar nomination. She was 20 years old and got nominated for her first Oscar on like her second movie. And she followed that up with several other period dramas. She actually got a nickname of Corset Kate because she had done so many period dramas where her character wore a corset. Even Heavenly Creatures is sort of a period piece because it's set in like the early 50s, I believe, maybe the mid 50s. The fact that she had done so many period dramas, though, that was actually a deterrent for Cameron. He felt that putting someone known for period pieces into another period piece was lazy and unoriginal, so he really didn't want to cast her because of that. He preferred the likes of Claire Danes and Gwyneth Paltrow for the role, but Mally Finn was urging him to see this actress, Kate Winslet, and he finally did because he trusted his casting agent. And when he met with her and filmed a screen test with her, he was immediately taken by Kate Winslet. He thought she was outstanding. She had all of the qualities that he was looking for in Rose. And as long as she had chemistry with the actor who played Jack, she was kind of a shoo-in for the role. So then they had to find Jack.
She does have that special something. This is,
Are you talking about the painting scene?
Boobies.
No, come on. No,
she does though.
Well, yeah, she does. But I mean, this is the first viewing in a long time, and it was just like, oh man, she's whenever she's on screen, it's just you're drawn to her. She is got that look.
It's one of those like cliche words to use when describing an actress sometimes, but she's luminous in this role. She really is. She has like watching it this time, I've watched it several times over the last few weeks for the first time in many, many years. She's got a Judy Garland thing going. Like, she really does. She's got a big Judy Garland thing going here.
She, I was not as locked in on Kate Winslet as some people are. I think this movie like made her a household name, and so like everybody knows who Kate Winslet.
I don't think anyone really. I mean, mass audiences didn't know her before this.
Right. And so now, even today, like her name is known, and Kate Winslet, she was in Titanic. Watching it for the first time, she was definitely one of my favorite parts of it. I was like, she's very good. Like she's good to watch. Fun fact.
I love a fun fact.
James Cameron drew the painting of Kate, or the drawing of Kate Winslet. He drew
all of Jack's paintings.
Yeah. And so he also got some shit apparently about some of the paintings that were in Kate Winslet's room that they're unpacking and stuff.
Yeah, like the fucking Picasso is not on the bottom of the ocean. I've seen that Picasso.
Well, he says in the commentary of the movie, he was like, we were aware that these paintings exist. These are replications of the paintings. He was like, we weren't trying to say it. He's like, you know what? Screw you. He's like, it
is real nitpicky. You definitely see like a Manet floating underwater during the wreck, and it's like, I mean, we know that those exist because we've seen those paintings. We know what they look like. Like I've literally seen that Picasso in a museum. I don't care. It doesn't bother me. But yeah, he draws all of Jack's drawings. In fact, the close-up you see when he's drawing the Kate Winslet portrait, when you see the close-up of the hands drawing, that's actually James Cameron's hands.
Oh, nice. I know the signature is like based on how he signs his drawings and stuff. He said that she wasn't nude. They took photographs of her in the bikini. And
I mean, when he drew her, because she's definitely nude in the movie.
Yeah. He said we didn't know each other well enough for her to pose nude for me.
Sure,
so,
well, I get that. Yeah.
He said so. We photographed her in a bikini.
Yeah, she's not Jamie Lee Curtis. Come on.
And then he said I had to quote use my imagination, which I don't know, sounds mildly creepier.
I mean, granted, I guess was that before or after they'd shot the footage? Because
I don't know
if they'd already shot the footage, he definitely had reference.
Yeah, maybe.
So I don't know. Anyway, we've got to find an actor for Jack, right? We've got a potential Rose in Kate Winslet, but the search for an actor to play Jack, it kind of goes through the usual Hollywood motions, including suggestions from the studio for all the like heartthrobs of the moment, guys like Matthew McConaughey, Chris O'Donnell, Billy Crudup. All of these were suggested by can you imagine Matthew McConaughey in this role? Honestly,
I not. It's weird.
Now I want to pull some of the lines and do them in a McConaughey accent.
I saw like Christian Bale was one of them. Like
really,
he said he auditioned for it, but like James Cameron didn't want two British people playing Americans.
Well, and also Cameron thought a lot of these guys that the studio was suggesting were too old to play the part of a 20-year-old. Character,
oh yeah, Tom Cruise. I saw Tom Cruise was like super interested.
Tom Cruise wanted to do it, but he was already like 10 years too old by this point,
Right.
And Cameron actually considered Jared Leto, but Jared Leto refused to audition because he's a fucking douchebag. So I guess we dodged. I don't know if you guys know this about me, but I do not like Jared Leto.
Well, I saw that.
What?
I was like, of course, Jared Leto refused to audition.
Yeah,
he also probably would have tried to also drown his fellow cast members,
right?
Kill himself in a boating accident.
I'm actually gonna die on the set.
Yeah, he's like, I'm gonna kill myself because I'm method.
Yeah. Well, we dodged that bullet, Also, but imagine if Leto had been cast and Claire Danes had been cast, and we'd have got a My So-Called Life reunion. So, in an alternate universe, Titanic is a My So-Called Life reunion, and it sucks.
That's the tweet. That's it.
It would still land as much as it would with young people nowadays.
Right, sure. Yeah.
I don't even know what that is.
Jeremy Sisto, remember that guy? He used to pop up on stuff a lot. He did a series of screen tests. He was very close to getting the role. He screen tested with Winslet, and he also screen tested with some other actresses who were up for the part of Rose. And Cameron was actually initially resistant to the idea of Leonardo DiCaprio in the role. DiCaprio, he wasn't like a big star at the time. Titanic is what made him a big star, but he was known. He was 21 years old. He was brought to Cameron's attention by Mally Finn, his casting director, and Cameron thought DiCaprio seemed too scrawny and lightweight for the role. Those are his words, and not believable as a working class passenger. And according to Cameron, quote, not a leading man and not that attractive. But based on Finn's urging and based on the strength of DiCaprio's performances in What's Eating Gilbert Grape and The Basketball Diaries, the director invited him to a meeting at Lightstorm's offices where he noticed that every female member of his office staff happened to be there that day and happened to be there for that meeting for some reason, and DiCaprio's in there just charming the pants off of everybody. So he thought maybe there's something here,
Literally.
Literally. So he arranged for DiCaprio and Winslet to have a reading together. So DiCaprio at the time, he's kind of an up-and-comer, right? He had earned an Oscar nomination for Gilbert Grape, and he had just been cast in Baz Luhrmann's Romeo and Juliet opposite Claire Danes. Of course, that had not come out yet, but he had the casting had been announced. And he didn't actually show much interest in what appeared to be a pretty conventional romance. He was also kind of a dick, it sounds like, according to James Cameron and most other people involved in Titanic. He was kind of just like, Cameron hands him the script. They're going to do a script reading. Typical kind of thing when you're auditioning. And DiCaprio says, I don't read, meaning he doesn't do script readings in auditions. Not presumably that he doesn't know how to read, but who knows? I don't know. But so Cameron just like shakes his hand, thanks him for coming, and showed him to the door. Cameron basically, he made it clear that he's not going to cast anyone without seeing them work. So
he said in the conversation, it was like Leo was like, it's a bit light for what or something. And he was like, and Cameron apparently was just like, well, okay, you're reading. And it was like two egos clashing. It's just like, yeah, sure, you're gonna do this, or you can just leave, So DiCaprio reluctantly agreed to play a scene with Winslet. He's like, sullenly slouched down on the couch, smoking a cigarette, just being this, I don't know, just kind of being a jerk. Just kind of being this sullen, artistic actor, who isn't really taking this seriously. He starts disdainfully going over the script pages. But once Cameron yelled action, he immediately transformed into Jack. Like a snap of the fingers, Wow. Cameron said, quote, he was riveting. He was the guy I wrote. And you could see Kate respond, how it sparked her performance. It was instant chemistry and instant character creation. And then the scene ends and DiCaprio just slumps back down on the couch, transforming back into that punk ass who had first walked in the door. So clearly he's a great actor. He's going in and out of this role very quickly. He doesn't have to do the Jared Leto shit where he has to like live as the character for months at a time. And Winslet at this reading, she whispered to Cameron, she brings him to the side. And she says, even if you don't hire me, you have to hire him. Like, this is Jack. But she didn't have anything to worry about. Cameron told her that day, he's like, you've got the part. This is it. You're my Rose.
Nice.
Todd used to do a great impersonation of Leo and What's Eating Gilbert Grape.
Yeah, I don't think
pretty sure. I'm pretty sure we can't recreate it anymore.
No, we're not going to do that.
No, I like doing this podcast, so I would prefer that we don't.
Just watch the movie and understand that my rendition is spot on.
It is good. It's a good impression.
Of all the little bits of acting I've done on this show, just understand that my Arnie from What's Eating Gilbert Grape blows all of it away.
Yeah, I just had to bring it up. I'm surprised. I had to bring it up because I can't imagine that Todd wasn't sitting over there about to explode every time he mentioned.
Well, honestly, when I mentioned it, I was tensed up thinking that Todd might do it.
But alas, it was Gary who brought forth the beast.
So Kate Winslet is all but officially cast as Rose. DiCaprio, though, wasn't locked in yet. Cameron would continue to audition for the part of Jack for another 3 months. And DiCaprio, it seemed, also didn't really want the part. He was used to playing sullen, tortured types, not a free spirit like Jack. And Fox didn't want to pay DiCaprio's fee, which was about $4 million. That's what he was asking for. They didn't think he was a big enough star for that. They wanted bigger stars like Matthew McConaughey and Chris O'Donnell, Cameron was running out of time. He needed.
Side note, it's just so weird. Like, we don't want Leonardo DiCaprio. We want Chris O'Donnell.
We want a Chris O'Donnell type.
Get Chris O'Donnell in here if you want to sell some tickets.
But so Cameron was running out of time. He needed to cast his leads in order to get the official green light on the film. So he met with DiCaprio one more time. And here's what he told him. And I'm going to read this quote word for word, even though there is a word in here that I don't like to use, but this is a direct quote from James Cameron. So just a disclaimer, I guess. He says, he's talking to DiCaprio, who, again, remember, doesn't want this part. He says, I don't think you're right for this. You keep looking for a problem, an addition, a limp. You're doing what you know, what you've gotten a claim for, playing a retard, an addict. You're looking for an acting crutch. He tried to get DiCaprio to see Jack as a type of character that may have been played by, a Jimmy Stewart or a Gary Cooper back in the day, the type of actor who could play a regular, just decent guy, but who was so compelling that he owned the screen. He said, in this continuation of that quote, when you can do that, then you're a man, my son. You want to do something more challenging? Believe me, this is the hardest part you will ever play. So basically what Cameron's doing here is he's playing into DiCaprio's ego, and it worked.
Yeah,
and
I was going to say it's a good way to go.
It worked, and DiCaprio took the role. He basically, James Cameron's an alpha male. DiCaprio seems like an alpha male. He's challenging this guy.
I was going to say, if anybody understands ego, like you just, you just tell him that you don't think he can do it. Basically,
you're not good enough. You can't do it, and then he's going to try to prove that he can.
Right.
So and it worked though. DiCaprio was cast as Jack. Of course, we all know. The rest of the cast was filled out by actors like Billy Zane as Rose's fiance, Caledon Hockley, who I love in this role. I think Billy Zane is a weird fucking actor. I think that he is.
I was watching this.
Listen to your friend Billy Zane.
Zane.
He's a cool dude.
Yeah, as I was watching this movie, and I'm sure she thought it was funny every time I said it, but I kept turning to Bunny and going, Billy Zane is not a cool dude.
I just watched it and I have not seen this movie, so I don't know. My impression of Billy Zane as an actor was, I don't know. I was watching this and just like
more not Demon Knight and stuff like that.
Right. I was like watching this and I was like, man, Billy Zane's pretty good, dude.
He plays a good villain, but he's very like mustache twisting villain.
Yeah.
It's very over the top, but it's still really fun to watch. And he's got really great eyebrows. Honestly, like,
yeah, like
also I don't hate Demon Knight, so
Hey, I love Demon Knight. I think Demon Knight is great. You've got Frances Fisher as Rose's mother, Kathy Bates as a real life character named Molly Brown, the unsinkable Molly Brown.
Yeah.
Kathy Bates, Cameron actually had to fight to get in the role because it's a small role. But Fox didn't want to pay her. It's like $500,000, I think, was her asking price for this role.
Wow.
Which for the amount of screen time she has, that Fox felt was pretty high. But James Cameron was determined, and he actually took a pay cut to be able to get her in the role. He paid part of her salary, basically.
Yeah, he was saying she doesn't even, physically like match Molly Brown so much. It's just the attitude was like dead
it's
on.
the attitude,
Yeah.
that like swagger, like, and they resemble each other in that way.
He said that, and I looked up Molly Brown, and I was like, hey, she looks like her enough.
Kind of look alike. Yeah,
I was like, it's good enough as far as these things go.
Yeah,
I don't know. It's weird seeing her because she's been like popping up for me lately. It's just off the topic. I'm sorry, but I've been, we pick like one longer dramatic series to get through, and we're doing 6 Feet Under right now.
Oh, she's great on that.
Oh, she's so good.
Yeah.
Speaking of, by the way, Jeremy Sisto is also great in that. And I was just, I was reading through your notes, I was like, man, what would Jeremy Sisto's career be like if he had landed Jack?
Yeah, right. He might not have done May.
Right. Which is too bad because he was good at that.
He's very good in that.
Yeah, he's great in that.
Other cast members, you've got Victor Garber as the ship's builder. I love Victor Garber. He's a great Canadian actor. I mostly know him as Jack Bristow from Alias, one of my favorite TV shows of all time.
Yes.
Bernard Hill as the ship's captain. Bernard Hill would later appear in Lord of the Rings trilogy. Bill Paxton, you guys know who he is. He plays Brock Lovett, a treasure hunter in the present day sequences. Susie Amos as Rose's granddaughter, and then Gloria Stewart as modern day Rose. So Rose, by the way, in those modern day scenes, she's supposed to be about 100 years old. I think they mentioned that she's about to turn 101 when they meet her in the film. So they actually Gloria Stewart was 87 years old. They actually had to age her up to make her look older than she was for the film. And Mally Finn had actually been on a mission to find retired actresses from the 30s and 40s for the role of the old Rose. Stewart had actually appeared in films like the classic James Whale horror films, The Old Dark House and The Invisible Man back in the 30s. She actually retired from acting in like the early 40s up until Titanic. She had retired from screen acting, at least. She did some stage stuff. But then for her role as Rose, she was nominated for an Oscar for Best Supporting Role by an Actress, and to this day remains the oldest ever nominee in that category, which I think is pretty cool.
Yeah, that's awesome.
She wasn't in Star Trek, though.
Well,
that's true. Few are.
Well, before you get there, I did want to say Gloria apparently had mixed feelings about coming back and having to be made older because she had retired, completely from acting at least by like 30 years before that.
Yeah.
And Cameron said she had, to be made to look even older. She was like, come on.
Don't I look old enough? Who's going to question that I'm 100 years old?
You also didn't mention Louis Bodine, who plays
Louis Abernathy.
Abernathy is Paxton's right-hand guy in the movie. He's the real deal, not an actor. Cameron created a character with him in mind, but couldn't find anybody who nailed it. So he says one day he just called up Louis at a bar and said, we can't find anybody to play you. I'm going to need you. And Louis apparently said, whatever, you want to fuck up your movie by putting me in it? That's your business.
Yeah, Louis Abernathy is this old Texan who I don't know how him and Cameron knew each other. They'd known each other for a while, but he was a screenwriter as well. And he had actually written Deep Star 6, which is another underwater movie that came out the same year as The Abyss. So I think him and Cameron, like, they had kind of a sort of a sibling rivalry because of that, but they were buddies. But yeah, so he's the big bearded Texan guy with the smiley face with the bullet hole in its head that looks kind of like the Watchmen thing.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. He's good in it though.
Mm-hmm. When I was listening to the commentary, Paxton is apparently channeling Cameron, or so James Cameron says, especially on the calls, like explaining to the money guys why it's going longer over budget and how it's going to be fine.
Yeah, I get that. I like to see this as Bill Paxton. I like to see this as like the origin story for his character from Club Dread. Like he eventually morphs into that guy, because by the end of this movie he realizes, hey, it's not all about the money and the treasure hunting. It's just about like they say in the movie, making it count. So I'm just going to go live on this island. I'm going to fucking drink margaritas all day and smoke weed, and that's going to be the rest of my life. And that's what happened in the interim between this and Club Dread. So that is now canon.
Makes sense, but it is weird that Club Dread's come up twice now in this series. And like fucking, and you said margaritas, by the way. Fuck that guy. I wrote Pina Colada Berg 10 years before that son of a bitch. But also we got to mention Susie Amos is James Cameron's current wife.
Yeah, we'll get into that later.
Okay, all right.
on a future episode, because
they met on this movie.
They met on this movie, but they don't get married for a little while.
I'm just saying, you know how James Cameron do.
He's still married to Linda Hamilton at this time.
Also, we'll get into later. They're very vegan.
Very, very vegan. Yes,
but we've still got time. We've still got time to talk about Cameron and her and plant-based diets.
Yes, I'm sure. Our whole next episode is just going to be about plant-based diets.
Nice.
Well, Todd, tell us who has been trekking with you this week.
Well, before we get into that, let me ask you guys. I think this is the largest of listed casts. I think this is the largest cast that he's had so far, correct?
I haven't looked, but I would guess so because there are a ton of people in this.
I was
movie.
gonna say, at a certain point, there are literally like over 1,000 people.
There are up to 2,000 people in one scene in this movie. So yes.
So I was working on these notes. A little peek behind the curtain here. I was working on these notes and spent 2 to 3 days going on these notes.
Nice.
And then forgot to save and got up the next morning. Got up the next morning and they were gone. So I got to do this twice.
What do you use, a Microsoft Word or something?
Yeah.
Just use Google Notes. It saves for you as you go.
Well, I know that now.
That's the real deal.
It just saves for you. You don't have to worry about it.
But
all I have
anyways,
to do is copy paste Justin's notes, add my own, and they automatically save. And
there you go.
Sorry.
Well, this list also probably my longest list for whom I trekking with.
This is James Cameron. It's all about excess.
This is what we do.
We're
Also,
breaking our own records just like he did. We're
just for the record, Google Drive is what people in Star Trek would use. So
that's true.
That's true. So let's dive right in here. We've got Trisha O'Neill starring as Woman. She was in Star Trek,
starring as Woman.
Yeah. She playing the role of Woman. She was in Star Trek The Next Generation, season 3, episode 15, Yesterday's Enterprise, and season 6, episode 22, Suspicions. And she also did an episode of Star Trek Deep Space Nine. It was season 3, episode 9, Defiant. And then we have Shay Duffin, who is the pub keeper at the beginning of the movie. He was in Star Trek The Next Generation, season 7, episode 14, Sub Rosa from 1994, which is directed by Jonathan Frakes. Played Ned Quint in that episode. That's the episode where Dr. Beverly Crusher has sex with a ghost.
Cool.
So, yeah, for a little context there. Then we have Mark Raphael Truitt as Yaley, and he was in Star Trek Voyager, season 7, episode 4, Repression. Then we have Greg Ellis, who plays the Carpathia steward. Now, he's actually got some interesting credits here. We've got, first off, Deep Space Nine, season 7, episode 25. That is the series finale, What You Leave Behind, from 1999. Then he was in 2 Star Trek video games, Hidden Evil in 1999 and Invasion from 2000. Then he was in Star Trek 2009, the J.J. Abrams beginning of the Kelvin timeline, as Chief Engineer Olson, aka the Red Shirt. He's the one when they do the space dive who goes too far, too fast, and is immediately killed.
Yeah.
It's
a good scene.
It's a great scene. Then we've got Kathleen S. Dunn as Woman in Water, not to be confused.
There's a lot of woman in water, to be honest. That's a very unspecific role.
Exactly. Well, she actually probably has one of the most unique Star Trek credits that I've seen in our time doing Who Am I Trekking With. She was also in Star Trek 2009, but she was behind the camera. She was a dialect coach during pre-production for Chris Hemsworth.
Interesting.
Who plays Kirk's dad.
Yeah, trying to teach him not to talk in an Australian accent.
Yeah, exactly. And speaking of women, once again, Jeanette Goldstein as the Irish mommy. We've covered her credits in the franchise so far. And then we've got Barry Dennen, who is the Praying Man. He's got 3 Star Trek credits. They are all video games. Hidden Evil in 1999, Armada 2 in 2001, and Bridge Commander.
How many goddamn Star Trek video games are there?
There are a shit ton. So many. And then we've got Eric Holland, who plays Olaf Dahl. He was in Star Trek, the OG. Season 3, episode 11, Wink of an Eye from 1968 as Ekor. And then we've got Michael Ensign, who plays Benjamin Guggenheim. He was in Next Generation, season 4, episode 15, First Contact. Deep Space Nine, season 1, episode 16, The Forsaken. Voyager, season 3, episode 5, False Prophets, and Enterprise, season 2, episode 14, Stigma. If you need further clarification of who he is, on the sitcom Friends, he threw away Ross's Thanksgiving leftover sandwich.
Oh, no.
There you
That
go.
fucking guy.
Yeah. Then we've got Nicholas Cascone as Bobby Buell. He was in Next Generation, season 2, episode 15, Pen Pals, as Ensign Davies. That was the episode that also featured young Miss Cox that we discussed in Terminator 2. Then he was also in Deep Space Nine, season 3, episode 4, Equilibrium. And then last, but certainly not least, Mr. David Warner as Spicer Lovejoy, Cal's nefarious bodyguard.
Yeah, I think we'll call him a bodyguard.
Yeah, absolutely. He started his work in the franchise in Star Trek V, The Final Frontier, directed by Mr. William Shatner.
Yeah, not a good one.
Yeah, I know. It's not one of the good ones. He played Saint John Talbot in that. And then he was in Star Trek VI, The Undiscovered Country in 1991.
That's a good one.
Yeah, that is a good one. Playing Chancellor Gorkon. And then he would reprise that role in the video game Star Trek Klingon Academy from 2000. But he is probably most well known in the Star Trek franchise for his 2-episode stint on Star Trek The Next Generation, Chain of Command. That was season 6, episode 10 and 11. Chain of Command parts 1 and 2 from 1992 as the cruel Cardassian interrogator Gul Madrid, who tries to get Picard to see that there are 5 lights when we know that there are only 4 lights.
There's a lot of memes about that.
Yes, there are tons of memes about that.
None of them good.
He noted that he took over the role of Gul Madrid on 3 days' notice.
Wow.
And he couldn't learn his lines that fast, so he had to use cue cards. He said, every line I said, I actually was reading over Patrick Stewart's shoulder.
Wow.
But it worked out. It's very well known. To be honest, I actually have a Blu-ray of just that 2-parter series.
Wow.
Yeah, it's a good one. So David Warner passed away from lung cancer at Denville Hall, an entertainment industry care home. Think the British Cedar Sinai in Northwood, London on July 24th, 2022. As of today, that was 3 weeks ago, and it was just 5 days shy of his 81st birthday. And he is survived by his son, Luke. So, Mr. Warner, thank you so much for all the wonderful nerdy goodness you gave us over the years, and Godspeed, sir. And that's everybody in Star Trek. But
I really appreciate that deep dive into the career of David Warner, a great character actor. He's he's only got a few lines in Titanic, and only a few minutes of screen time in a 3-hour movie. Probably less screen time than what time you just took to say all that.
To be fair,
and yet you did not mention Scream 2, and you did not mention John Carpenter's In the Mouth of Madness.
I know. Look, folks.
What is going on?
He started like his first credit, 1962. The dude worked for 60 years. I boiled it down to 2 pages of some really nerdy shit. So please go deep dive on all his work. He turned in some great performances.
He really is great as Evil Genius in Time Bandits. I adore that movie, and I think he's a great villain, and he's really fun.
The working theory is, according to an episode of Star Talk with Neil deGrasse Tyson, that there was a poll taken a long time ago that people were asked, like, what is the event that you would go back to if you could travel into the past? And the overwhelming winning moment was the sinking of the Titanic.
Why would you want to do that?
I don't know. But then there was this theory.
You know how this is going to go.
That what if the reason the Titanic sank is because so many people went back to it and landed on the ship?
Here's the truth is, the reason the Titanic sank is because Jack and Rose were making out and the lookouts got distracted. And they're looking down. They're going, oh, look at them. They're warmer than we are. And then they didn't see the fucking iceberg in time. If Jack and Rose had not been making out right underneath them, distracting them for a good minute, then maybe they could have turned the ship a little bit quicker. That's canon. I think.
Yeah. I mean, like the overarching theme is like love ruins everything.
Yeah. Getting on in our story of Titanic. So even though they had signed on to fund the dives to the Titanic wreckage, by the spring of 1996, Fox had yet to officially greenlight the movie. It was becoming pretty obvious at this point that Cameron's original estimate of an $80 million production was, let's say, unrealistic. Cameron knew that his Titanic movie was going to be a tough sell. It wasn't the kind of movie that was a guaranteed hit. It was a period romance where, as we mentioned before, everyone knows the ending. And it was also far outside the boundaries of what Cameron had produced before this. There were no car chases. There were no aliens. There were no robots. There's no sci-fi. There's no real like action, not by traditional standards. So he and Ray Sancini, Ray Sancini is his head of Lightstorm at this point. They went to Fox with an unusual idea. Cameron would take a cut to both his front end pay and his share of the movie's box office grosses. This is a labor of love for James Cameron, and he was willing to take a pay cut if it meant getting the film made. So under this deal, if Titanic made a lot of money, Cameron could still kind of catch up on what he was bringing in. But he'd only get his full back end pay if the movie made a considerable amount of money for Fox, like an obscene amount of money. And that's the only way he's going to get what he would normally get paid otherwise. And then at the end of May, this is 1996. At the end of May, Peter Chernin gave Titanic the green light officially. We're green lighting this on a budget of $110 million under 3 conditions. 1, it has to have a PG-13 rating. 2, another studio is going to have to kick in part of the budget to kind of share the risk. And 3, they wanted it released in the summer of 1997. Well, the first 2 were easy. First of all, this isn't a movie that really lends itself to an R rating, other than some, tasteful nudity. There's nothing really R rated about this movie at all. And Paramount Pictures would end up happily signing on as the film's domestic distributor, with Fox retaining the international rights to the film. But that summer of 97 release date might be a little bit tougher. First of all, we know James Cameron's not great at hitting his release dates by this point. But also, this is May of 96. You're talking just over a year. You're talking 14 months away, and they haven't started filming yet.
Jeez.
So the question, would James Cameron make that date? Well, no, he doesn't make that date. But why he doesn't make that date is a story for another day. Only the second time ever in Cinema Shock history, we are splitting up this into 2 episodes because there's a lot of story behind the story of Titanic. Mm-hmm. So we're instead of sitting here for 5 hours or whatever it's going to take to tell this story, we're going to give you a little taste with this episode. We're going to get into filming and releasing everything else. You're going to get your further viewing. You're going to get your Somebody Needs a Nap, all of that on our next episode, which we'll be releasing not in 2 weeks, but next week here on the podcast feed. So that's
and make no mistake. And make no mistake, we are going to sit here for the 5 hours.
Yeah. We're still recording.
But
we'll
still be here. And so, yeah, let me also not forget to leave you just a little fun fact. Kate Winslet had a few simple rules for Leonardo DiCaprio, by the way, when you get to the point where they start kissing scenes: no coffee, no onions, no garlic, no smoking prior to shooting.
No, he's not going to do any of that.
Yeah, DiCaprio agreed, but would then proceed to do exactly all of those things.
All of that.
On purpose.
Mm-hmm.
His nickname from Winslet was Stinky Leo.
Stinky Leo, not the most creative of nicknames.
No.
She excels in other things. Come on.
Allegedly, Leo would also love to wear his big coat around and then fart inside of it and wave it in her face.
I'm liking Leonardo DiCaprio more and more the more you talk.
So honestly. That'll just a little light.
It's a little whiff of what you're going to get on the next episode.
Right. We'll have more about Leonardo DiCaprio's farts and smoking when we come back next week.
Garlic burps and all. It really lends a whole different feeling when you're watching them make out in this movie, knowing that she was just tasting cigarette ash and garlic the whole time.
Exactly. He was just smoking, eating the fucking worst hamburger ever or something, drinking coffee with it.
Yeah.
It's well, it's time to go make out with Kate Winslet. Here I go. Luckily, it's a greasy burger. I'm going to take a shit in my coat. And then...
All right. Well, that's it for this week, guys. We will be back next week with the second half of our story on Titanic. You guys want to tell our listeners where they can find you on the internet in the meantime?
I am at This Is Gary Horn.
And you can find more Star Trek goodness on my podcast at Computer Resume on all of the socials. It's the Computer Resume podcast, where we chronicle the entire Star Trek franchise for some reason in chronological order. And you can find me at Mr. Todd A. Davis on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, Letterboxd, D&D Beyond, and Discord.
I mean, are you actually using Letterboxd?
Very seldom.
I'm using the shit out of Letterboxd.
Gary, you're doing great at Letterboxd, honestly. You're doing great. I'm enjoying
everything.
I'm enjoying following along with your film adventures, even though you're watching some weird shit. Which I admire.
It's quite the mix.
It is.
I will say this too, just to throw it out there, you guys. If you are by the time you're listening to this on August 27th and 28th. The NWA, the National Wrestling Alliance, is going to be in St. Louis, Missouri. If we've got anybody around that area at the Chase Ballroom, Chase Park Plaza Hotel, downtown St. Louis, we're going to be there. Pay-per-view. It's going to be a lot of fun. Tickets are on sale now. There's going to be a fan fest. Lots of the legendary wrestlers are going to be there. Billy Corgan from the Smashing Pumpkins will be there. He'll be hanging out and walking around doing weird shit like Billy Corgan does, and it'll be a blast. You guys should come out, and if you have any slight interest in professional wrestling, now's the time to jump on with the NWA. This is NWA 74. It's the 74th anniversary of the National Wrestling Alliance.
That's wild, yeah.
That's cool.
But everything, it's like it's a good spot because everything's just going to kind of, it's like the WrestleMania for the NWA. So everything's going to kind of reset from here.
It's like the season finale.
Right, exactly. Yeah. So you can watch that and then go into the next season fresh.
Yeah, I love that. You can and did you mention This Is Pro Wrestling, Gary?
I did not. It's at TIPW show. That's my wrestling podcast, but a lot of my stuff is focused and having to focus more and more on at NWA. So you can follow us on all those things.
Yeah. And you can find me at Justin_Bishop. I'm on Twitter, Instagram, and Letterboxd. I think I'm probably the most active on Letterboxd than any of those. You can also find the podcast at Cinema_Shock. We're on all the social medias. Find us on Facebook, find us on Discord, find us at cinemashock.net. You can find all of our episodes there, links to our merch, links to our Discord, all that stuff. Join that Discord if you want to chat with us. Me, sometimes Gary, and every now and then Todd will pop in when I guilt trip him into doing so. But until next time,
may the wings of liberty never lose a feather.
And be excellent to each other.
I'm not going to do my normal sign off, but instead
that's for the next episode.
But instead I have this. All right. I mean, I got everything I need right here with me. I got air in my lungs, a few blank sheets of paper. I mean, I love waking up in the morning, not knowing what's going to happen or who I'm going to meet or where I'm going to wind up. Just the other night, I was sleeping under a bridge. Now here I am on the grandest ship in the world, having champagne with you fine people. I figure life's a gift. I don't intend on wasting it. You don't know what hand you're going to get dealt next. You learn to take life as it comes to you, to make each day count.
Honestly, that scene in particular now makes me wish that Matthew McConaughey was in it.
I was going to say,
it's like you could totally
see
doing,
that.
Yeah, that's him. You might as well have just said, just got to keep living. LIVIN.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Okay, I'm done.
All right. We're out for this week. Come back next week. We'll talk more Titanic. It only gets better.
Bye, everybody. Bye.
How's that for a slice of fried gold?
You think this is a fucking costume? This is a way of life. I'll be back. Just a flesh wound.
I'm not gonna hurt you. I'm just gonna bash your brains.
Take your sticking paws off me, you damn dirty ape.
I'm sorry, Ben. I'm afraid I can't do that.
It's alive! It's alive! It's alive!
guess everyone's entitled to one good scare.
We got to start this like it's a new episode here.
It's like a week later, and well, hello, welcome to Cinema Shock. It's the fucking podcast exploring the stories behind your favorite cult and genre films. We probably lost half the audience because of fucking right at the beginning. I don't think you can do that. I think there's a rule against it, but anyway, we're three guys who do all the research, so you don't have to. I don't have the exact intro I did last time memorized yet because we haven't had a chance to go back and listen to it because it's really the same day. But in either case, we're three friends. We do all the research. We talk about movies. We tell you everything you ever wanted to know about a film and the people who made it. That's what we do here. And I'm one of your hosts, Gary Horn.
Hey, I'm co-host Justin Bishop.
And I'm writer comedian Mr. Todd A. Davis. Well, we all know that the Titanic began to sink.
We're but hosts, Todd. All right, Justin. I'm sorry. I just noticed that. It's like I'm a host. I'm one of your hosts. I'm your co-host. I'm writer comedian.
Yeah. Not just a lowly host.
I am your third. I am the third wheel. How about that? Folks, just like the Titanic, this epic episode of Cinema Shock was just too big. And as we began to sink down into the depths of the details regarding this production, we had to crack in half and let the back half fall on a bunch of people and kill it. So welcome.
Is that this half?
Yeah. That was the first. Yeah, the first half. Well, I guess the first half is already down, but now the back half, this half, the half that we are, we cracked in half and we've landed right here in your ear holes for part 7 of our series covering Jimmy Cameron's career in our series titled The Man of Tomorrow.
So this is like when you watched Titanic back in the day and it was on 2 VHS tapes.
Yeah.
This is VHS tape 2.
Yeah. Except I think we had a better ending to our first half than the first VHS.
How did the first VHS?
Oh,
end?
I was going to ask that. That's
I couldn't remember where I couldn't remember where.
I think it's like when they see the iceberg, right?
It's right around there.
That's where that's right. That's halfway through the movie.
Yeah.
So that's where I would end it.
That's interesting. I would like to know that because I never thought about that until right now. Where did that movie split in half?
Where did they end it?
I just watched the Blu-ray, but I'll tell you what, I hope nobody's dead because of anything that we did. I've been thinking nonstop about my River Phoenix joke from last episode. So
well, he's long gone. So where did Todd go?
Todd can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay. I don't know what happened. Oh, guys, I'm so sorry.
Oh, well, this is why we should do more live shows.
This is what happens when you have an unsinkable ship that is Cinema Shock. Small things go wrong, and then before you know it, our ass is up in the air and cracking in half, and falling on people and killing them.
What's funny about it is that when you were talking there, the first thing I thought of is the unsinkable career. Here is your comedy career. And so
it just won't end.
Ironically, the only thing keeping it afloat is the fact that your back half is up in the air half the time. So,
That's fair.
Well, okay. So where we ended, I don't remember where the VHS of Titanic ended, but where we ended was we've cast our Jack, Leonardo DiCaprio. We've cast our Rose and Kate Winslet. We have gotten the green light from Fox, but they've given us some conditions, and one of those conditions is, hey, yeah, we're going to give you $110 million, but you've got to have this movie out by next July. That's going to be tough, but we're going to go ahead with the assumption that we're going to release this movie in July of 1997. So by the time that Fox has given the green light and given all these conditions, Cameron, he'd already started scouting locations as if the movie had already been greenlit. He was ready to go, So he eventually decided on a stretch of land in the rundown resort town of Rosarito, Mexico. It's about an hour or so south of the U.S. border. The idea was to build the Titanic set along the shoreline so that they could use the real ocean, the distant ocean in the background, the sky, the natural sunlight to all make the scenes on the decks of the Titanic look real. So within 2 weeks of when Fox gave the project the green light, the set was being built on that stretch of the Baja Peninsula. But it wasn't just a set. It started out as a set. Then Fox is like, hey, we're spending this much money on it. Let's do something a little bit more permanent. So this was actually a major Hollywood studio. Actually, the first major new Hollywood studio built since the 1930s. Fox decided to take, they had all these tanks and stages that were needed for Titanic. They decided to turn them into a permanent asset for the studio, naming it Fox Studios Baja. Now, it's still there. It is no longer owned by Fox. Fox sold it off in 2007. But other films that have used Baja Studios included Tomorrow Never Dies, the James Bond movie, Deep Blue Sea, Pearl Harbor, and Master and Commander, Far Side of the World. Those have all used Baja Studios, which would not have been possible without James Cameron and Titanic.
Interestingly enough, Deep Blue Sea crossover with Titanic would have been a lot of fun.
It would have been fun. The crew had about 100 days to build a 40-acre facility that housed 5 sound stages, the world's largest outdoor filming tank, the world's largest indoor filming tank, the world's tallest sound stage, a wardrobe building, an actor's building, multiple offices, and mills. 100 days. That's just over 3 months to build all of this. It wouldn't be long before that same crew was building a nearly full-size facsimile of the real Titanic as well. Cameron had once again recruited Peter Lamont. Remember him? We talked about in previous episodes in this series, the famed British production designer who'd worked with him on Aliens and True Lies. He comes back along to help design this Titanic. Now, Lamont, at this point, he was in his late 60s. He was considering retirement, but he could not pass up the chance to recreate one of the most famous vessels of all time. He and Cameron designed a 10-story, 775-foot version of the Titanic, built to scale, except with about a 60 to 80-foot section from the middle of the ship removed so that it could actually fit onto the land that Fox owned. So they had to cut little bits and pieces out of it, but you'd never tell.
I thought it looked a little small, but I thought, the water's cold. Okay. So,
and these guys were not fooling around when it came to building this Titanic. When Lamont had his first meeting with Cameron about the design of the film and the ship, Cameron said, "This is the Titanic, no compromise." And that's a stance that they held throughout the production. So you got to think they're building this, and we know James Cameron. He's a stickler for details. He wants everything to be as historically accurate as possible. But none of these props existed, and because they would be wrecked by the end of production, they couldn't be rented. They couldn't rent the china, for instance, or the silverware, because by the end of the movie, they would be completely wrecked. They'd be underwater. They'd be destroyed. So they actually had to manufacture them. Everything on set was created with the utmost attention to detail. The china, the furniture, all the way down to the ashtrays, which have the White Star logo on them. The silverware has the White Star logo on them. These were all accurate reproductions of the items that were on the actual Titanic. The carpet patterns were actually obtained from the original manufacturer who still had the designs in their files.
Oh,
so
wow.
Yeah.
Jeez.
And they couldn't half-ass this stuff. When they're building these sets, building, let's say the grand staircase, which is one of the big sets of the film, they used actual wood. They used oak, because if a lot of movie sets are built with lesser materials. They're built with foam. They're built with plastic and rubber and things that are cheaper to produce. Then you just paint them to make them look like wood or whatever. Well, you can't do that when you're going to be wrecking the set with water, because certain things float a certain way, right? So you have to have real wood to make the destruction of that real wood look real. And because very few photos of the Titanic's interior existed, the sets were mostly based on its sister ship, a ship called the Olympic, which was almost an exact replica of the Titanic, only a little bit smaller. And the book that Cameron used to sell the movie, which we talked about on our last episode, that became the set Bible. And Cameron actually invited its authors to walk the decks when the ship was under construction, to kind of get their approval, but also kind of to show off, hey, look what I'm doing.
I appreciate that you're willing to say that, but yeah, it's well, and they even got Welland Devitt Company, who manufactured the original Devitts. It was the pulleys that the lifeboats were attached to. They came through and built stuff off their old designs. This was, he was dead set on making this fucking thing as historically accurate as possible, whether or not anybody would notice. I mean, people do, but
yeah.
Yeah.
So one way that the film Titanic differed from the real Titanic was that it was only half a ship. So during the build, they only completed one side of the ship, just to save on costs, because it's a huge construction project. Then to create the illusion of the other side of the ship, Cameron would actually flip the film picture in post-production, which required every sign, uniform, and logo to be created in a mirror image, which is much cheaper than building the other half of the ship.
it's annoying because they talked about like in the opening stuff, like where they're on the harbor, they ended up like, oh shit, like that the side that would have been attached to the harbor is not the side we have.
Right.
And so they had to like work to like flip the side of the ship, like to
Cameron was determined to have it facing the right way when it was docked. And one reason that they had to build it facing the other way was because of the direction of the prevailing winds where they were filming in Mexico. Like the prevailing winds would blow in a certain direction, and that would blow the smoke coming out of the smokestacks, which would give the illusion of movement. Right. So, but then Cameron, because he's a stickler for accuracy, he wanted the correct side of the ship facing the dock. So in the scenes where the ship is docked, if you look at behind the scenes footage and stuff like that, every shot had to be flipped. Like all the crew members, their uniforms and everything were produced as a mirror image. It's pretty wild. Yeah.
Jeez.
So while all of these enormous sets are being built in Mexico, Cameron was back on the Keldysh off the coast of Halifax, back on the Russian ship, where he would shoot the present day scenes with Bill Paxton and Gloria Stewart. He's back on the ship that took him below the surface of the Titanic, but now he is actually filming on the ship as a set.
Because Cameron really wants to be on the research ship. That's all.
That's really what it is. So along for this shoot were Cameron's trusted Steadicam operator, Jimmy Muro. We've talked about him in previous episodes. And then a new team member, cinematographer Caleb Deschanel, who is, yes, he is the father of Emily and Zooey Deschanel, in case you were wondering.
What?
All right.
And his wife, Mary Jo Deschanel, she's an actress as well. She's in Twin Peaks. A whole Hollywood family here. But Deschanel was a well-established, award-winning cinematographer who was known for his beautiful natural lighting on films like The Natural and The Right Stuff, which made him kind of perfect for a period piece like Titanic. And another new hire on the film, a new member of Cameron's crew, and one that proved to be very important to Titanic's success, was a 35-year-old producer named John Landau. Landau had been with 20th Century Fox for the last 5 years before this as an executive vice president of feature production. So he and Cameron had worked together on that level. And then at the Strange Days premiere, which we mentioned in a previous episode that James Cameron produced and did some uncredited writing on, at the premiere of that film, Landau kind of offhandedly mentioned to Cameron that he was considering going back to producing. And there are some people that say that he said that just because he specifically wanted to work on Titanic, that he was going to go back from being an executive to a producer just so he could work on Titanic, but who knows?
Yeah.
And he's got a great resume. I mean, when he was working for Fox as a VP, he had worked with Michael Mann on Last of the Mohicans. He had worked with John Woo on Broken Arrow, Jan de Bont on Speed. And before he was an executive, he had worked as a co-producer on Honey, I Shrunk the Kids and on Dick Tracy, big money makers.
Wow.
Cameron discussed it with Ray Sancini, and the two, they'd had a good experience with Landau on True Lies when he was working on an executive level. They liked the guy, so they decided to bring him on as a producer on Titanic. And he very quickly became Cameron's right-hand man, the guy who would help him solve a lot of the film's logistical problems. I mean, more so than a lot of producers are all about making the movie, working with the studio, making sure the director is working within a budget and things like this. Landau really was on Cameron's side for the entire movie. Like he was there for the greater good of the movie itself. So, all right, we're back on the Keldysh, right? So they're shooting what seems to be probably the most straightforward section of the film, right? The wraparound scenes. But even this, the first thing they shot in the movie, other than the underwater stuff, but the first thing they shot with, actors and stuff, even this kind of started off on a rough note when 90% of the crew, including James Cameron, became violently ill after eating bowls of mussel chowder that had been delivered by a caterer. So this all began when Gloria Stewart stand-in. They were helping line up a shot with Gloria Stewart stand-in, and her eyes rolled back into her head, and she fell to the floor.
Ooh.
So Cameron immediately suspected the chowder, assuming it was food poisoning. He ran off to the men's room. He thinks he's going to induce vomiting so that he doesn't get sick, which he does.
He says he says his like bowl was like changing shape. Like, and so he said he noticed that like it was things got blurry and weird, and then the bowl started changing shape. And so
he's like, I'm going to get this out of my system. He goes to the bathroom. He makes himself throw up, basically. When he returned to set, he was kind of like disoriented, moving very slowly. And he looks around at the set, and this like, it's everything. It's just weird, just fucking weirdness happening. Right.
Yeah.
And everyone's getting sick. Everyone's like off. Everyone's acting strange. Those who had not eaten the chowder began taking everyone else to the hospital. And it's at the hospital that things got really, really weird. There were people in the hallways of the hospital, and this is a really small hospital in like Nova Scotia, right? There's like one doctor and one nurse.
Yeah.
This isn't like a big hospital. You've got people in the hallways moaning and crying, wailing, collapsing on gurneys. It's just like total, absolute chaos.
Jeez.
Caleb Deschanel, the cinematographer, he was there. He was leading a conga line in the hallway. Jimmy Murrow was demanding to speak to a priest. So Cameron started to think maybe this isn't food poisoning. He started to think maybe somebody had like spiked the chowder. Maybe there was some kind of street drug that had been put into the chowder. So at one point they're in the waiting room, this hospital. Cameron looks over and he saw his second AD. Her name is Christy Sills. She's talking to the doctors because she's kind of taking point. Like she's like, somebody needs to talk to the doctors, figure out what's going on, and I'm going to take charge. So she's doing that. She calls James.
Sorry to jump in, Justin. He actually, like in one thing I read, said this was like when he was realizing things were going weird. Like he describes this as on set. Like this is like
it started getting weird earlier. I mean, I'm going by the recollections that were in the Paula Parisi book, the Titanic and the Making of James Cameron. Where
in
about it
one
pretty
of the,
in-depth.
I think it was in the Blockbuster podcast. They're saying that he said he was talking to her on set. He saw her and he called her on the walkie. Yeah, and was like, "Christy, what are you doing?" And she says, "Well, I'm talking to the doctors and blah, blah, blah." And he's like, "You know that I am talking to you on your walkie and I am standing right in front of you."
Yeah. At which point she basically lunged at him. They're a few feet away from each other. She lunges at him and stabbed him in the face with her pen. So
jeez.
He said she was just like standing there, like talking to people like that weren't there.
And she thought it was the doctor.
Yeah. And she thought it was like he called her and was like, "What are you doing?" And she's like, "I'm talking to the doctors right now." And he's like, "You're right in front of me." And
so they did run a toxicology report later that showed that a pound of PCP had been dumped into the caterer's soup.
Whoa.
And there are a lot of theories about who did this, but to this day, to my knowledge, the mystery of who spiked the soup still remains. People think it was maybe a disgruntled crew member. People think it was maybe just a disgruntled person in Nova Scotia at the caterer, like one of the caterer's employees or something like that. But nobody really knows. They never found out.
Cameron had a theory that like it was like somebody tried to get back into him, that like he had fired a crew member the day before, because the catering company had said that he was causing problems with them, and so he fired the crew member. And so his working theory was that it was this guy caused a problem with the caterers. And it worked, because then Cameron also fired the catering company the next day. So I guess technically they won, but it was just I don't know.
And
It's
and
weird.
Jared Leto's never mentioned it ever since, right?
Oh, it's weird. Yeah. Maybe it was Jared Leto. That's so weird. I bet it was.
So after a couple of weeks working in Halifax, Cameron fired Caleb Deschanel, the cinematographer. They had butted, they had butted heads. Cameron, you'll notice something about James Cameron in that there are a lot of crew members that you'll see popping up from one movie to the next. Cinematographers aren't necessarily one of those, and I think it's because James Cameron is very hands-on, much more hands-on than a lot of cinematographers are used to. That was certainly the case with Caleb Deschanel, because James Cameron could be a cinematographer on his own, so he knows how to do your job and he's telling you how to do it instead of just saying, hey, this is how we're going to shoot this shot. He's saying, let's put a light here. Let's put a light here. Let's use this film stock. Let's use this f-stop, blah, blah, blah. He's telling you how to do your job because he knows how to do it. And that was more than I think Deschanel can handle. So they butted heads a lot over that. And then Cameron decided he needed a cinematographer who was more comfortable with him, someone he had worked with before, maybe. So he ended up bringing on Russell Carpenter, who had worked with him on True Lies.
I think it's one of those things, like, I think I said this last episode too, or not last episode, but in the episode we're talking about on True Lies, that sometimes there's just these leaders of a situation that, like, if you're going to work for them, they tell you a thing and they just expect you to do the thing. Your job's never to argue with that. It's never to push back. If they want discussion, they will ask you for discussion, but otherwise it's just from personal experience. I'm saying, like, sometimes they're just like, hey, this is what I want. And then your job is to be like, okay, I'm going to do everything I can to make sure that is the thing that happens. And they don't want you to discuss it any further than that.
Right. Exactly. Yeah. Yep. So when Cameron returned from Halifax to Mexico, the sets were nearly complete. Lamont had reproduced Titanic perfectly. Like, Cameron was very pleased with how things were looking. And these sets are enormous. They're so big, in fact, that crew members would often get lost in them and have to call for help to get out. Like, they would get lost in the set. And they eventually had to create like a zone system that helped them kind of map out sections of the ship so that they could say, like, hey, I'm in zone 2. Help. Get me out of here. And the set would also be swarmed with, up to 2,000 people on some days. When you had a bunch of extras in, like the scene of the dock, like, you had almost 2,000 people there. On one, you had nearly 1,500 people run towards the aft of the tilted ship in one of the most ambitious and dangerous scenes of the entire shoot. The act of the sinking itself was a technical marvel that Cameron achieved with the help of his physical effects supervisor, Tommy Fisher. So the Titanic set was created to where when it stood on its end, it could actually move from one position to the other. The set could, just like we see in the movie. And when it stood on its end, it would be over 700 feet tall. Jeez. And Cameron's idea, of course, once it's on its end, then it has to sink. So his idea was to lower it on cables into a deep pit in the tank itself, which is, to think about that now is crazy, because obviously now you make this movie, this is all CGI.
Yeah.
But one of the weirdest parts about, like, as we further go down the Cameron trail here is that I think one of the biggest mistakes in movie history was that he didn't take some of his, like, fucking billions of dollars and create like a James Cameron museum or something.
Right.
That, like, all of this shit goes to, because every single fucking movie just has ridiculous stuff. This ship, by the way, I think ends up getting sold for scrap metal or something.
Yeah.
So it's just like, God dang it. Like, what?
Yeah.
I mean,
These are,
what
like,
are you gonna do with
technical
it?
I don't know. It's just like, can you buy like fucking some acres in Mexico somewhere or something and like just display the fucking technical marvel you've created?
Yeah, it's crazy. But that's the movie business, honestly. A lot of the stuff just gets destroyed. Some of the most difficult nights of the shoot on Titanic were on the tilting poop deck, which is a piece of the set that would move from horizontal to completely vertical. This is the area of the ship where at the end of the movie, Jack and Rose are hanging on to as the ship goes down into the ocean.
Do we need to take a break for any poop deck jokes?
I mean, I was hoping to get past that before you guys did, but if you've got something on hand, go for it.
I mean, I was just curious. Todd, what does a clown's fart smell like?
I don't know. What does a clown's fart smell like?
Well, they smell funny.
Nice.
So the stunt coordinator on Titanic was a guy named Simon Crane. So Crane, like most stunt coordinators, had started off as a stuntman. He actually worked on James Cameron's Aliens. He was one of the xenomorphs, although he doesn't think James Cameron knew who he was because he was in a xenomorph outfit the whole time.
Right.
but he was on Aliens. He had also been the guy who did that the big airplane stunt in Cliffhanger where characters like zip lines from one plane to another.
Yeah.
It's one of the craziest stunts you'll ever see in a movie. And at the time, I think it was the most expensive stunt of all time. That's him. That's Simon Crane.
We may have had an episode talking about some of this.
Yeah, back in our old show, back in a previous life.
In a previous life.
Yeah, but that was when he was a stuntman. But as a stunt coordinator, he had recently caught a lot of attention for coordinating the battle scenes in Mel Gibson's Braveheart.
Oh.
As it so happens, Cameron had found himself in the market for a new stunt coordinator. We mentioned before Joel Kramer. We talked about him extensively, I think, on our True Lies episode. He had been the stunt coordinator on both Terminator 2 and True Lies. One thing we didn't mention, though, is that there had actually been an accident on the set of True Lies when a stuntman suffered serious burns on his arms because Kramer had wanted to use this new body gel instead of regulation stunt wear, kind of against Cameron's wishes. It was actually the first time that emergency medical treatment had been required on the set of one of James Cameron's films, which he was pretty upset about. Because believe it or not, despite the fact that James Cameron kind of comes across as a daredevil, he likes to ride motorcycles in the desert and shit like that in his free time, but he's actually a sucker for safety, especially on the sets of his movies. He prided himself on keeping his sets as safe as possible for both the cast and the crew. So that kind of left a bad taste in his mouth. So when Simon Crane's bid on Titanic came in lower than Kramer's, it made that choice pretty easy for him.
Also, hopefully, Simon Crane less interested in young girls.
Less interested in 12-year-old girls? Yeah, I would hope so.
So there was, he's got that working for him.
But Titanic, for a movie that's generally considered a romance, I mean, it is packed with stunts. And that tilting poop deck scene is the most ambitious stunt in the entire film.
Do we need to talk any more about?
I don't think so.
No. All right. Just curious.
So this set,
what do flies politely say to each other, Todd?
I don't know, Gary. What do flies politely say to each other?
Is this stool taken?
That's a good one. That's a good one.
Is it?
So I was just curious if anybody's ready for a poop joke. I know most of them stink, but
that's all the time we have on.
We're done.
We're like done. Poop jokes. I think they're the shit. But anyway.
Oh god.
Oh man, where was I? I don't even remember. All right, so we're doing the sequence where the Titanic's sinking, right?
Yeah.
So what this set, it was tilted using hydraulics, which is a process that took several days. They actually had to it took 5 or 6 days to get from a vertical to a horizontal position, which they actually did over Christmas break, I think. they used that time to let it tilt the whole time. So once it was vertical, 100 stunt performers would be dangling and jumping from it. It was a stunt that the stunt crew had rehearsed for weeks because any mishap could be potentially fatal. You could get seriously injured. You could die if you did it wrong. Mm-hmm. And in the end, there were a couple of injuries, all kind of on the same night because this went on for several days. But there was one stuntman who broke his leg. Another stunt woman missed her landing and hit a piece of the set. She broke a rib. Are
we sure Joel Kramer wasn't there? That's like his MO, right?
Is it?
Lasha Dushku, didn't she break a rib?
Oh, she did break a rib. Yeah, you're right. Yeah. But no, he wasn't there. And another stunt woman broke a cheekbone. So there were injuries all kind of back to back to back. And this kind of concerned James Cameron. He started to get worried that the way they were doing this stunt might be a little too dangerous. So he hops on the phone. He calls Rob Legato. Rob Legato was supervising the film's visual effects at Digital Domain. He asked him if there's anything that you guys can do to pull this scene off. As it happens, Legato was on the verge of creating realistic CGI people using motion capture. Now, do you guys know what I mean when I say motion capture? Do we know what motion capture is?
Yes, I do.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was that Tom Hanks Christmas movie.
Yeah, like the Tom Hanks Christmas movie. Yeah. Yeah, that's exactly right. So it's basically where you've got an actor, you're recording their movements, an actor's movements into a computer, and then you're creating a digital version of that person or whatever.
The Tom Hanks Christmas movie took it too far. James Cameron knew how to expertly apply it.
Yeah. I mean, and then he uses it more. It gets used down the line, and I think the most extensive use directly after this was Lord of the Rings with Gollum, and then of course even Avatar further on down the line. Peter Jackson's King Kong used it a lot. I mean, Peter Jackson and Weta are on the forefront of motion capture. And they'll actually be involved in Avatar when we talk about that one. But
when they show like full shots of the ship, like the Titanic, like going down, one of the big important parts for Cameron was he wanted to show Titanic in its full like majesty, like serving its purpose, doing what its thing was. So we're talking like in the first, like after the underwater stuff, like the first, 30 minutes or so of the movie. But when it's showing it just like after it leaves port, like it's just going downstream, there's like it's a model Titanic, and it's got these CGI people. They end up going back and throwing them on this model of the thing. I thought that was kind of cool. Like
it works really well. I mean, if you're looking for it, you can tell that they're not real people, but you have to be trying to like zero in on that.
Well, he does like enough cuts that it's like he'll show like one of the officers walking out onto the deck to go like talk to another officer, but then like quickly cut to the officers,
to the actual people.
And so it works really, really well. He also did really cool things. It's just a side note, just how significant detail is to him is just that, like, I mean, even that opening stuff with the dolphins going along the bow of the ship, like going on, he was just like, that's the thing that happens, dolphins do that. And so I wanted to really include that. So they had like filmed like some of the scenes with like even a Navy vessel like going along, and they replaced it with the Titanic, and had actual dolphins. And so, I don't know, anyway, just the fucking guy, he's so detail oriented.
He really is.
So weird. Those extras you were talking about, not to even jump in more like I am just being rude, interrupting you. But I mean, reportedly, like 150 of those extras that were on there, he gave them all like individually, like stories of 150 people that were on the Titanic.
And a lot of the extras were using. They went to like they were coached on how to, like, let's say the first class people in first class. If you were an extra, you were coached on etiquette and things like that.
Right.
Even if you were just going to be in the background, you might not even be on screen at all.
How to speak, how to move, what to wear, like
exactly.
Like
they had classes on how to do this stuff.
Right.
But as far as the motion capture stuff, like this motion capture was a very new technology, and it had been used before this, but never on characters that were meant to look human, like to look like real people. And Legato, he assured Cameron that he could create CGI stunt people, basically, though it would be several months before he could produce the results. And now, digital stuntman now in the year of 2022, when we're recording this, that's pretty normal on big budget films, which is yet another thing that James Cameron was on the forefront of technologically. Now, as far as the actual stunt people go, like many other people in the film, Simon Crane, he felt Cameron's wrath on this film, like a lot of other crew members do. There's a story at one point. There's a stunt involving men trying to clamber onto a capsized life raft. This life raft gets washed over the side of the ship, and these guys are trying to scramble onto it while it's in the water. And the stunt wasn't going the way that Cameron wanted it to. It was a difficult stunt, and it took about 2 hours to prepare every single time they needed to do a take, which was expensive on a film like this. And over the course of about a day and a half, that stunt alone had cost the film about $500,000, $500,000.
Jeez.
So Cameron's losing his patience at this point. He's screaming at Simon Crane. He says, "You said you could do this. What is wrong with them? Do it now." And Cameron replied, "You're lucky that they got it over," meaning the lifeboat, which had to be flipped in the water in the tank that they were in. To which Cameron said, "What do you mean we're lucky? That's their job." So Crane, they're on set, right? They're on set. He yells across the set, "Go fuck yourself," to James Cameron.
Oh,
And this is in front of the entire crew. So Cameron is livid. And he's fine with crew members disagreeing with him, bringing their, issues to him, but he wants it to be done in private, not shouted in front of 30 other crew members, which completely undermines his authority. So Cameron says, "You know what? You're fired." They're on set, fires him. Crane stormed away from the set, and the 60 stunt people who worked under him on Titanic followed him in solidarity. Eventually, Crane came to Cameron to apologize, thanks to John Landau doing a great job as a producer, because he knew that losing an entire stunt team is going to cost a lot of money. And he didn't relish telling that to 20th Century Fox. So he facilitated this. Cameron wanted Crane to apologize in front of everybody. That didn't end up happening. Crane ended up apologizing to Cameron in private, saying, things got heated. We went too far. And that was good enough for Cameron. Crane was able to save face in front of his stunt guys, and all was as well as it could have gone after that, I guess.
Yeah.
but they didn't lose their stunt crew. But yeah, it came very, very close to that. All right. So another scene that was a difficult one to shoot, the scene where DiCaprio and Winslet kiss on the bow of the ship. The big scene.
Yeah, after he farted in his
yeah. So Cameron was determined to do this during a real sunset, not in front of like a green screen. They had 8 days of shooting daylight scenes in which to capture it. So they're days that they're shooting during the day. One of these days, we're going to get this right at sunset. And an hour before dusk every night, Cameron would go out. He'd look at the quality of the sky to see if it was kind of dramatic enough for his background, for what he was looking for. And then day after day passed, and the sky just wasn't up to snuff. Fuck you, sky. You're not doing what I want you to do. I'm James Cameron. do what I want you to do. But they kept rehearsing the scene over and over and over, so that when the day came, if the sky looked the way it wanted, they'd be able to jump right into it. They were ready for it. And on the final day, the last day that they had of daytime shoots, because most of this movie was shot at night, Cameron managed to get the shot, but just barely. It kind of looked like, they walked out that day. It looked like it was going to be a cloudy day, but just at the last minute, the sun burst through the clouds and they were able to grab the shot. They would go back later to shoot close-ups of certain portions of the scene. I mean, there are some parts of that scene that are shot on stage and things like that. But the like most iconic scene that you think of when you think of that scene, that was shot during a real sunset in one take. Yeah. Jeez. And it's one of the most iconic moments in movie history. But if you look very closely, the scene is a little bit blurry. It's a little bit out of focus.
Yeah.
Because they had to move so quickly. The focus puller had not been able to rehearse. So he was just winging it on, and you can't like redo a sunset. Once the sun's down, it's down. Right. So it's, it is slightly out of focus.
Wow.
Yeah. But it's still an incredible shot,
Oh yeah.
And I also love thinking of the fact that, Leonardo DiCaprio was stinky as hell during that. And I do love this quote from James Cameron. Even though he has been one of CGI's biggest champions, he knows that there are limitations. Here's a quote from him about this scene. He says, "We could do that sunset now easily on green screen and schedule it for a Tuesday morning. But when I imagine that sunset, those particular colors, now we can create whatever we can imagine. But is our imagination up to the task? I don't know." And I think that's really great, because watching that scene now, knowing that that's a real background, it is like, that is fucking movie magic. That is a once in a lifetime moment, because it looks incredible.
Yeah,
it really does. Well, it didn't take long for the budget for Titanic to begin spinning wildly out of control, which is a recurring motif, I think, on these movies. There were constant attempts to rein in spending, even during the construction phase. For instance, there's a really short scene where Rose takes tea with her mother and set in a first-class lounge that's only seen in that one single scene. So to build that lounge accurately would have cost about $250,000, $250,000. So they decided not to do that for one scene, and they filmed the actors in front of a green screen, right? Makes sense.
Mhm.
And Cameron would take a lot of heat for his spending on Titanic, but the truth of it is that he compromised a lot. He took out parts of scenes, or he changed his construction plans, all in an attempt to save money. He was trying to save money on this. Like, there are so many reports of him just like he was just throwing money out into the wind, but he is very conscious of what's being spent. But on a movie of this size, some things just aren't going to come cheap, you know?
Yeah.
One of the biggest expenses on this film was something that a lot of viewers would never think about, and that was light bulbs. You know, like Titanic has over 600 portholes, each of which required a light, because when you're shooting it from the outside, you need that light coming through the window, right?
Yeah.
Then there are practical lights on set, all the lamps, the sconces, all the stuff that you see on the sets. And the production ordered more than 40 miles of cable, more than 1,000 movie lights, more than 1,000 practical lights. And Fox got wind of this and said that you guys aren't spending this money right. You're not using your resources correctly. So they sent some of their lighting experts down to Mexico, who, you know, walked around set, got a view of everything. And you know what they said? The movie doesn't have enough lights. So it wasn't like they were just spending this money just to spend it, you know?
Yeah.
But
Jeez.
those excessive costs had started to be reported in the media. Variety actually started a regular column called Titanic Watch that was all about the production of this movie. Wow. Time magazine ran an article with the headline, "Glub, glub, glub, can James Cameron's extravagant Titanic avoid disaster?" There were plenty of other headlines that all talked about the word sinking was there a lot, we should just say. And not helping matters was the July 1995 release of Kevin Costner's Waterworld, a film whose $170 million price tag had actually knocked True Lies out of its top spot as the most expensive movie ever made. Waterworld, though, was a major flop, both financially and critically, although I think Waterworld is fine. I think it's fine. I think it got a lot of shit because of the amount of money that was being spent at the time. But I mean, it's basically Mad Max on the ocean, you know, but it's a fine movie, but it did not do well. So that, and of course, Titanic being another massively expensive film set on the water was inevitably going to be compared to it.
Yep.
Yeah, it's weird. Like, word of mouth, especially during that time, was so much more important. So
this is really pre-internet. I mean, internet was very much in its early phases, and most people didn't have it yet, you know?
Yeah, which is, because I guess technically saying that, it sounds stupid because, like now on the internet, word of mouth is super important. But I mean, just like at that time, like you had to rely on literal word of mouth. So it's
Cameron, for all the shit that he gets about his budgets, he was concerned about the budget. Like, he didn't want to overspend or anything, you know? He even met with Fox president Bill Mechanic, and he offered to give Fox back both his front end fee and his entire share of the back end. And Bill Mechanic refused, saying that it was noble but hollow because he didn't expect the film to make a dime. So that's going to come back to bite him.
Yeah.
The shoot itself, which was planned initially for 135 days, which is a pretty lengthy shoot, turned into a 165-day shoot. As it ground on into months 6 and 7, everyone involved in this movie was exhausted. Everyone was exhausted. They've been working, you know, fast paced, working in water. Like, this is a very, very difficult, you know, you're in freezing water. You're getting pummeled by waves. Like, it is an incredibly difficult shoot. The sinking sequences were particularly hard on the cast and crew because of all the elements involved, all the water and things like that. Like, they're basically submerged for days on end. Yeah. And DiCaprio and Winslet, obviously as the stars of the movie, got the worst of it, at least among the actors. They spent a lot of their time running through flooded sets or being submerged in water, and they dealt with it in their own ways. Like, Kate Winslet initially wanted the water to be cold to help her with her performance. She changed her mind later on. But Leo, as Steadicam operator Jimmy Muro put it, quote, was such a pussy he wanted heated water.
Leo with the good reputation. It's really okay for him because most of his current girlfriends wouldn't have been born at this time.
Yeah, that's true. Wow, Gary, I've never heard anybody make that joke.
Right. Yeah. Okay. So low hanging fruit, but I'm not the stand up here. So it counts.
That's right. You're not writer comedian.
That's
Very
right.
hard. Well, Leo hemmed and hawed a lot about having to work in the water, but Kate Winslet, on the other hand, never really complained despite her discomfort. And although she was never in any physical danger, because like they had on The Abyss, they had safety divers on the set of the Titanic. But the production left her shaken, especially in a sequence where her and DiCaprio are running. They're running along the flooding ship, and they're blocked by a closed gate. You know the scene I'm talking about. During the filming of that scene, her coat got snagged on the gate, and she was actually stuck underwater, unable to breathe.
No,
like she got stuck. She couldn't get up because her coat was holding her down. Yeah, so it was a little scary for her. And she would later say that Titanic was the first time in her life that she'd been on a film set and think, I wish I wasn't here. Granted, we've talked about this in previous episodes. A lot of times when James Cameron's actors get interviewed immediately following the shoot, they have things like this to say. Ed Harris was the same way on The Abyss. But they later, once that all kind of wears off, they have nicer things to say. Kate Winslet is very appreciative of her time on the Titanic. It made her career. I mean,
Yeah. I mean, there's this weird stuff. Like James Cameron doesn't believe in bathroom breaks, apparently. And so they had to let it go in the water sometimes.
Yeah, I think we talked about that on True Lies.
Yeah. So and a lot of the people came down with colds, flu, kidney infections after they were in the cold water.
Yeah.
Including Kate Winslet.
I think she got mild hypothermia.
Yeah, well, they were wearing hip waders at first, and then after several incidents, those filled with water, so they switched to wetsuits. Kate Winslet obviously couldn't wear a wetsuit for a lot of her scenes, and so she ended up with hypothermia. A lot of people left, the stuntmen that broke bones, and people were just exhausted. And so,
absolutely draining shoot for everybody.
Winslet said in one interview, there were just days you woke up and you were like, please God, just let me die. I don't want to be here anymore.
I don't want to be here anymore. And James Cameron was not immune to this. I mean, and once the shoot was done, he still had to face the monster ahead of him that was post-production. And he was just like many of the cast and crew, he was exhausted. He was drained, probably more than anyone else, because as we've talked about, James Cameron is not going to ask anyone to do anything that he's not willing to do. He is in there in the shit, like in the scene where the last scene that they filmed in this was the scene of the captain going down with the ship. They shot Bernard Hill's scene earlier, of him walking into the bridge, but the scene with the where the glass actually breaks, the water rushes in. That was obviously not Bernard Hill. That was a stuntman, and James Cameron was the cameraman for that scene.
Yeah, he was there with a breathing regulator,
wearing a wetsuit, breathing regulator, handheld camera, and that water rushed in and it hit him. It basically threw him against the wall. Like he is getting in the shit on this more than anyone else, or as much as anyone else.
Yeah.
So that actually went well, but that's where I was thinking on last episode I was going to talk about Tequila, because he talked about just being there. It was an all-night shoot. They were making up for lost time. He had emergency oxygen in case he had to supply it to the stuntman because they weren't sure, but it all ended up going okay. And then afterwards they had a wrapping party, and whoever was still left, James Cameron hung out with him, and he said he finished half a bottle of tequila, and he finally said, okay, it's time for me to go home. Yeah, he was already asleep by the time he got to the van before it even left the studio.
But he still had a long road ahead of him. I mean, he had enough footage for a 4-hour movie. At this point, he was wildly over budget, and everyone assumed that this movie wasn't going to make a dime. His movie, his passion project, was the laughingstock of Hollywood, and it wasn't even out yet. It wasn't even finished yet, and he was already kind of the laughingstock. He was the butt of a lot of jokes, and he still had to go through pre-production with that in mind.
Do you think this is because he's got such an ego, or is it because? I don't know.
I mean, dude, if you read the articles that were coming out at the time, everyone was shitting on this movie, thinking it was just going to be a
well, it's
disaster.
like it's popular to like be cynical about something when somebody's so like gung-ho about something. And so I'm just curious if like a lot of his, maybe now's not the time, but I'm just kind of thinking like, I wonder if like people at this time, like, because this movie got so much press like before the movie was even fucking done. It's like, are these people they just want it to fail because fuck this guy?
Yeah.
I don't know. I really don't know what. I mean, obviously
they figure his numbers up. He's had such success so far. They're like, okay, this is it. He's bitten off more than he can chew.
Yeah, maybe that was the thought behind it.
Yeah.
Well, Titanic would be the first film where James Cameron received an editor credit. He had tinkered around with editing on Aliens and True Lies, but on Titanic, he was actually a full-fledged and credited member of the editing team, which also included Richard Harris, who had worked with Cameron on True Lies, and eventually Conrad Buff, who had been working with the director since The Abyss. For the special effects, it became clear that this was going to be far too large of a project for Digital Domain to do alone, especially with a looming summer release date. The production expanded from one effects house to 17 effects houses in order to speed things along. Which I don't think we mentioned it on our True Lies episode, but it's kind of commonplace now for multiple special effects houses to be used for a movie. True Lies was actually the first film ever to use multiple special effects houses.
Huh.
Yeah, thought that was interesting.
Yeah.
Another first for James Cameron.
Look at that.
First among many.
Although he does claim credit a lot of times too, because I saw some interviews with him and he kind of implied that. I was like, oh yeah, we did most stuff. People had to put some like fog in their breath because they're in the cold. Like he did not seem to want to say like, you know what I mean? Like he was just implying a lot.
That Digital Domain did the most of it.
Right.
Yeah. But yeah, I don't know. 17 film houses, I don't think they were all doing fog breath. So by May of that year, it was pretty obvious that they were not going to hit that July release date. He still had to do ADR with the actors. He still had to score the film. He still had to do the sound mix. There were still hundreds of unfinished effects shots. So he calls up Fox. He talks to Peter Chernin. He told him that a summer release date, he didn't say he couldn't make it, but he said it would compromise the quality of the film. He never said, I can't do it. He just basically told him, hey, if we're going to try to hit this release date, this is not going to be as good of a movie as it could be.
Hey, and that carries a lot of weight, by the way. I saw like where like Harrison Ford had Air Force One coming out in 97, like around, like literally on the same date that Titanic was originally scheduled for.
Yeah.
And when he found out about it, he demanded that Paramount push the release date to a different time on Air Force One. And the studio agreed because, Harrison Ford carried a lot of weight and they were like, oh, he's never going to do another movie again. And, I think when Titanic ends up being released, it's like poor Kevin Costner during this time. The Postman comes out like the same day.
That's rough. That's rough. Well, Fox did end up biting the bullet and they pushed the release date from July to December 19th, which gave Cameron a bit of breathing room to finish the film.
Yeah. To be honest, it's pretty respectable, especially. Can I get it done? Yes. Is it going to be worth it?
Like, it
probably
can be,
not.
Give us more time and it'll be better.
Yeah. I think that's definitely more respectable.
I agree. Well, that July, they were originally planning on doing this when Titanic was released, but since the movie got pushed back anyway, they decided to still go ahead with it. But Cameron ended up marrying Linda Hamilton.
Too bad. He already met his fourth wife.
Well, well, the two had been dating off and on since the filming of Terminator 2, and they had a daughter together. And it was Cameron's fourth marriage. This was his fourth. Linda Hamilton.
Oh, okay. So,
but like the others, it would not last. So we'll get into this next one on our next episode.
Okay.
For the film's music, James Cameron reunited with James Horner, who had done the score for Aliens. Now, if you listen to that episode, you may remember that Cameron and Horner kind of butted heads on that film because of its rushed production schedule, which forced Horner to have to write his score in only a couple of weeks when he was supposed to have like 7 or 8 weeks. And neither the director nor the composer were satisfied with the end result, although I personally think it's a great score and is among Horner's best work, I think. I think the score for Aliens is outstanding.
Oh, okay. I thought you were gonna say for Titanic. I was like, they pretty much just used the hook for My Heart Will Go
Well,
On.
let's get there, Todd.
Okay.
but also James Horner wrote that. So,
okay, well, yeah.
So when Cameron called Horner about working on Titanic, the two briefly discussed their history. You know, they both apologized, and then it was just kind of considered under the bridge, and they moved on to what they wanted to do with this new film.
Or under the boat.
So,
who's the comedian here?
Or
who's writer comedian?
Or over the boat. Or over the boat.
Or over the boat.
In this particular case.
All right, I'll give you that one.
So
that's a point for Justin.
Point for Justin. So the two discuss what Cameron was looking for in a score for Titanic. Cameron, I think we've mentioned this before. He likes to listen to music when he's writing a script, something to set the tone for whatever he's working on.
Who can say what the
So when he was writing Titanic, he listened to a lot of Enya. He had actually reached out to Enya herself about possibly collaborating with a composer for the film's music, but she turned it down, saying, "I don't do movie projects or something like that.
I don't do successful."
Yeah. But that was the feel he was going for with the film's music. So when he met with Horner told him his vision for the sound of the film, and Horner said that, "You're going to think I'm crazy, but I keep hearing something that's a little bit, I almost don't want to say it, but a little bit like Enya." And Cameron says, "Oh, bullshit. Somebody told you to say that." Clearly, they were either on the same page, or someone close to Cameron had maybe let Horner in on what Cameron had been listening to lately, which I think is more likely.
That feels right.
Yeah. So they knew what they did want in the film. They knew they wanted the sound, what kind of sound they wanted. Not a score for a period film necessarily, but something that sounded contemporary without sounding out of place for a movie set in 1912. Something sweeping and emotional, fitting of an epic. But one thing Cameron was adamant about, he said, "There's not going to be a song, damn it, in my movie." Needle drops just aren't Cameron's thing. He doesn't put songs in his movie. Although he did sneak Bad to the Bone into Terminator 2, that was not the norm for him. And that song wasn't written for that movie, obviously.
Right.
Well, as he was finishing up his score, James Horner became kind of stumped. The score he was writing was so big, such an emotional roller coaster, that he didn't think anything else he could write for the end credits could hold up to it. He decided to try something intimate with a solo voice, and he wrote this melody, and then he enlisted the help of a lyricist named Will Jennings. And before they knew it, they had a song, which is exactly what Cameron had said was forbidden on his film.
Yeah.
Well, James Horner had an old friend who he thought would be perfect to sing this song. So he tracked her down. She was in Las Vegas performing. He sang her the song, and she loved it, although he didn't let her know that what they were doing, or he did let her know that what they were doing was kind of clandestine. He was basically directly disobeying orders from his director. So they had to kind of keep it all on the down low, The singer in Las Vegas was, of course, Celine Dion, a very big star at the time in the mid-90s. So Horner secretly meets with her in New York, and they recorded a demo version of My Heart Will Go On at Sony Studios there. All right, so he's got this copy of this song that he's written, knowing that James Cameron specifically said, "I don't want a fucking song in my movie." And it takes a while before James Horner is able to get the nerve to let Cameron listen to it. He's worked with James Cameron. He knows the guy's moody. He wants to wait till he's in a good mood. So one day he determined that James Cameron was in a, let's say, less gruff mood than usual. So he approached him. He's like, "Hey, James, you in a good mood?" And Cameron replied, "Of course not. What's the question?" So Horner reluctantly played the song for Cameron. And by the time it was over, Cameron had tears in his eyes, and he was sold. He absolutely loved the song. He didn't recognize the voice. He's like, "Who is this?" And he said, "Oh, it's Celine Dion." James Cameron's like, she's kind of famous, isn't she?" It's like not a guy who listened to a lot of popular music at the time, I guess.
I was about to say, like, it feels like you're going to pass off Celine Dion as like a Las Vegas lounge singer.
No, she was just performing in Las Vegas. She was incredibly famous at the time.
Yeah,
although this song is still the biggest thing she's ever done.
No, 100%. She was already like forever platinum at that point, but I'd say this song rocketed her to the moon. Well, except she was already there. So the multiverse, it rocketed Celine Dion into the multiverse. And as a guy seeing the movie for the first time 25 years later, I have to admit, though, I was watching the movie, and if they had known how big this movie and that song were going to be, they might, I don't know, Jamie Horner might have made a few edits somewhere in there. I found myself thinking, if they don't stop playing My Heart Will Go On during this movie, Justin, you're muted.
It didn't start as My Heart Will Go On. It started as just the love theme, Jack and Rose's love theme, like you normally do in a film score, you know? So he used that melody to turn it into My Heart Will Go On.
Right.
Now,
I'm just saying, like,
now the song is so ubiquitous that every time you hear it, you start singing it in your head. You know, like I do. Like every single time it's on screen, I'm going, you know, like not sing it in my head every single time.
I saw an interview with Kate Winslet before he re-released this in 3D, which I'm sure we'll talk about some other time. But she said in the interview that she dislikes the song "My Heart Will Go On."
She's probably just fucking sick of it. Celine Dion probably hates singing it, but it's made her millions of dollars.
She said, Kate Winslet said, "I wish I could say, oh, listen, everybody, it's the Celine Dion song, but I don't. I just have to sit there, you know, kind of straight face with
Can
a
you
massive
imagine
internal eye roll.
Can you imagine?
It haunts me.
Let's say you were out at a restaurant and you look across and there's Kate Winslet. Say, oh man, Kate Winslet's here. Look, that's cool. That's cool. And then that song comes on. And what if you made eye contact with
brother? Let me tell you. Did you see the late? I saw it on Reddit. I should have shared it, and I meant to. But it's like Noel Gallagher at a restaurant, and Wonderwall comes on, and the whole restaurant starts singing it at him.
I love
it. And he's there with his family. Like, how fucking weird.
I love that.
Like, it's oh man.
Oh, I love that. Especially knowing how cranky he is anyway.
Yeah.
Oh man. All right.
No, that's always the thing with like even Billy Corgan, like where like you get into like people's attitudes or the stories that come out of like projects people made and the fights that people had and blah blah blah. And like he 100% one day was just like, everybody fucking loves Oasis, and Noel and Liam Gallagher like constantly talk shit about each other. Like
they both hate half of Oasis. So anyway, the first test screening for Titanic took place, of all places, in Minneapolis at the Mall of America. And here's what they did. So a lot of times when they do these test screenings, it's very like secret. You know, they don't tell people what they're seeing. It's just, hey, do you want to go see a movie for free? And then you have to answer some questions afterwards. Most people are going to say, yes, I'll go see a free movie. They actually told these people that they were seeing Great Expectations, the Gwyneth Paltrow one, you know, that came out in the late 90s. They thought they were going to see that. So there was a lot riding on this test screening. Remember, James Cameron hates test screenings ever since The Abyss. But he was confident that he had a good film. But he also knew that Hollywood and the media seemed to be rooting against him and his film. They almost wanted him to fail. So this test screening would be the first time that they got a feel for how general audiences, the ticket buyers, would react to Titanic. And it's funny, in this book, the Titanic and the Making of James Cameron, Paula Parisi, she has this weird little anecdote where she interviews this one kid who went to see Titanic at this, and he thought he was going to see Great Expectations, which was not his thing. He was like 15 years old, you know, going to see a Great Expectations was not on the top of his list. But he's like, you know, I heard that Gwyneth Paltrow shows her boobies in it, so I was down to go see it. But he didn't get to see Gwyneth Paltrow's boobies, but he didn't get to see Kate Winslet. So there's that.
I was about to say, and to keep that PG-13, by the way, you could do it during the art scene, but you couldn't do it during the car scene. So
right. It can't be during fucking.
Yeah,
That's
you can't be
that's-
fucking in show movies.
No, they just got to be.
But they
laying
just
there.
want to display them while laying spread eagle on the fucking couch.
She wasn't spread eagle. I mean, come on.
Okay. Well,
I mean, she could have been.
Yeah, they didn't show her from the waist down. That's true.
you know what? The part of movie magic is my imagination takes it places that it didn't really go.
Yeah. Well, so they started showing this movie. The first few minutes were hard to read. First of all, everyone thought when they started seeing the Titanic footage on screen, of course, everyone knew about Titanic because, again, it had been all over the media. They thought they were just seeing a trailer for it before Great Expectations. So they didn't really know what to think. So they were kind of confused, and they were silent. They were wooden, but then that moment where after the initial, wraparound scene where you get this moment where the footage of the Titanic wreckage transitions into the 1912 footage. It's a great shot where it shows Gloria Stewart's head, then the monitor behind her has the Titanic, it zooms in on that, and then that transitions into the Titanic. Absolutely great transition. There were a lot of like oohs and ahs, during that scene. Like people were really into it.
Yeah, okay, but don't make me pay for a ticket to a fucking movie.
They didn't pay for it. It was free.
Okay.
This is all free. They were
right.
invited to a free screening of Great Expectations.
I
They were
that.
bamboozled into watching Titanic. It's a free movie either way they go. Right.
All right.
So they watch the movie. Cameron is there. The Fox Studio suits are there. And at the end of the screening, they hand out these test cards to get the reaction from the audience.
There was a lot of avant-garde artists in the audience that were like, "This is the weirdest version of Great Expectations ever seen. I love it.
I don't remember the boat in Great Expectations.
I love it. This is exactly what I hoped for."
So at the end of the screening, they got these test cards back, and they were the best that Cameron had ever had for any of his movies.
Wow.
They were, in fact, some of the best test screening cards that anyone that worked at Fox had ever seen after a test screening for any movie that they'd ever released.
Wow.
There were some complaints, a couple of scenes during the sinking section of the film, some audience members felt went on too long. Like there's a big chase sequence with David Warner's character, actually, like basically a big like action sequence, a gunfight of them chasing. You get Billy Zane chasing them briefly, but there's an extended version where David Warner is chasing them with the gun, shooting at them. It's a big action sequence in the middle of the movie that a lot of people felt was unnecessary because it's like, the ship's already sinking. We don't need something else on top of that, right?
Right.
So,
I got to be honest. I'm usually anti test audience, but
I think they're right in this case. Yeah.
This feels okay. Like,
Yeah.
how many chase scenes do you need?
I mean, and this is why they have these test screenings, because some things, when you don't have that distance from the film that an audience has, it's really hard to see this stuff in context,
Yeah.
That's why you have these scenes. So after the test screening, Cameron ended up cutting about a half an hour of footage from the film. Most action sequences that focused on secondary characters, like the one I mentioned. And it was clear that the audience was connecting with Jack and Rose. So that's who they wanted to spend most of their time with. So they cut about a half an hour of footage of characters that weren't Jack and Rose, because every time someone else was on screen, people wanted to get back to what was happening with them.
So just to be clear, there's a longer version of Titanic.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's never been officially released. Unlike every other James Cameron movie we've talked about, except for The Terminator, there is not an extended cut of Titanic out there.
Oh,
There are two. Get ready for Avatar, because there are 2 extended cuts of that.
Oh no, it's ridiculous. Some of the studio had complained, and like even Cameron says, like the initial complaints over the raw footage became more sparring over time as the costs spiraled out of control. The studio heads at 20th Century Fox and Paramount Pictures acted like they'd been diagnosed with terminal cancer. And
wow.
Yeah,
they didn't have a whole lot to worry about, because once the movie got released in December of 1997, the reviews were let's say pretty good. Okay, let's say very good.
Yeah.
Probably the best reviews that James Cameron's ever received in his career.
When he was making those negotiations, like he ran into Rupert Murdoch. And,
yeah.
and
Who was owned Fox.
Yeah, who owned Fox, and he said he ran into him. He said, I guess I'm not your most favorite person in the world, but the movie's going to be good. And he said that Murdoch looked at him and said, it better be a damn sight better than good.
You got to say it in the Australian accent. Rupert Murdoch's Australian.
I saw another shrimp on the barbie. It better be a damn sight better than good.
Does every Australian starts a sentence about shrimp on the barbie?
100%.
They either wait. Do they start it with shrimp on the barbie and end it with crikey?
Crikey, that better be a damn sight better than good.
Look at that. Justin has an accent. Justin never does that. All right.
Oh, man.
I think Australian's the only accent I can do.
Oh.
Just from watching a lot of Crocodile Dundee as a child.
And from all those Tuesdays we spent at Outback.
That's true.
Yeah.
The authentic Australian restaurant Outback.
Outback Steakhouse.
Eating all those blooming onions.
Oh, my God.
Well, the movie came out, and like I said, the reviews were great. Robert Ebert praised it, as did the New York Times. Some writers compared the film to movies like Gone with the Wind or the epics of David Lean. Janet Maslin, writing for the New York Times, actually said Titanic is the first spectacle in decades that honestly invites comparison to Gone with the Wind, which is huge. By the way, when we're talking about the budget of this film, adjusted for inflation, Gone with the Wind is still, I think, the most expensive film ever made.
Yeah, it's up there.
Well, once you adjust for inflation. But
Right.
Anyway, once this movie, I mean, the filmmakers knew they had a good movie on their hands. The reviews were clear, and they knew that it was well liked. What they didn't know yet was whether general audiences would actually show up to see it. But before we get into that, I'd like to know, Gary, if you found what kind of internet reviews you found on Titanic? I feel like, God damn it, people on the internet just hate James Cameron.
They do
for no fucking reason.
I tried to sort through this, but there's like, I mean, there's no. Oh my God, there's no minimum amount of or maximum amount of people that just think it's too long or just have some bullshit to say about James Cameron. From the idea that, like, yeah, the people that are I'll just say it here, that are shitting on Avatar for like, oh, it's Pocahontas or whatever. I mean, they were doing the same thing with Titanic.
Yeah.
They were like, oh, it's fucking Romeo and Juliet on a boat.
That's literally how he sold the movie.
Yeah, and it's how he sold the movie. Like, it's like, okay, that's the point.
Yeah,
that's
what we're doing. That's what we're doing here.
So people just, this is why I brought it up earlier. I'm like, some people just hate this guy succeeding.
People hate anyone who's popular.
I will say right off the bat, like some of the people, like I was looking through reviews at the time, and Titanic has dialogue that is notorious in some places too. Like some people just like hate the fucking dialogue. In LA Times, like Kenneth Turan had like, what really brings on the tears is Cameron's insistence that writing this kind of movie is within his abilities. It isn't even close.
I mean, he's not great at dialogue, and he'll be the first person to tell you that.
Yeah,
I don't think his dialogue is awful. I just think it's unrealistic, but I don't care in the context of this movie.
Slate's David Edelstein had Titanic carries some stinkers that wouldn't make the final draft of a Days of Our Lives script.
Wow, that's rude.
Woo.
And Salon had Stephanie Zacharek, who said loads of blockheaded dialogue. I actually, for as much as I'd love to shit on the dialogue, I thought it like hit the point.
It's fine. It's not.
Yeah.
Especially for the time period that it's trying to portray, and with movie magic and like movies of that time, like it felt like this is accurate. Like this is a movie from this time. Like this is, you know what I mean? Like it just, I don't know. I never.
It feels right.
Yeah, I never for one time like having older Rose be an actress who was likely, you know what I mean? Like an older actress that you could get during that time, and like it just, I don't know. I loved it. But whatever, despite all that, there's still some people watching it and have been watching it for the last 10 to 15 years. And God dang it, they need a nap. All right, well, this movie was long, so I got plenty of these for you. I did try to lessen them to some shorter versions, but let's start off here. I'm gonna hit this one first because I have a little more information about it. But this is from RJS, and this is from 1999 on IMDb. And it says the film presents a distortion of facts. This movie portrays First Officer William Murdoch in a way that is totally contrary to the truth, but instead suits a particular propagandist position. This is both immoral and grossly hurtful to Murdoch's descendants. No wonder the Chinese government recommended the movie to their people. It amazes me how modern American filmmakers seem to delight in tearing down the society and values that they have grown up in. This film is an insult to all those passengers and crew who showed such tremendous courage in the face of horrific death. In reality, it was not two 90s style teenagers who were heroes in the Titanic.
Murdoch, by the way, is the officer who ends up shooting himself in the film.
That is correct. Yeah.
For anyone wondering. Yeah.
Yeah. So there's like controversy around that. It's portrayed in like a few different things. It's portrayed in like a 96 miniseries about the Titanic that was done. James Cameron did end up at the end of all of this going to the hometown of Murdoch and apologizing to the family, saying that he did not mean this to be negative.
Really?
Yeah. And he said, quote, "I'm not sure you'd find that same sense of responsibility and total devotion to duty today. This guy had half of his lifeboats launched before his counterpart on the port side had even launched one. That says something about the character and heroism." So all the evidence is circumstantial. It's all like accounts and stuff. And the Titanic is weird like that. That's just the way it is.
I mean, yeah, you're talking about like a situation where almost like more than half the people that were on it died. And the people who did not die are recalling their memories from something that happened during a very chaotic, the most chaotic moment they've ever experienced, so memories are bound to differ.
Yeah. So a lot of people said like, oh no, he died like getting swept out to sea. Like that was some of his shipmates that were there, or like some of the fellow officers. And then some of the people, some of the authors that go back and look at it say that like, he was the man directly in charge of the ship leading up to the collision with the iceberg. And so no matter what happened, he'd be responsible. So his career was effectively over. And so it's not unbelievable that he, anyway, the point is weird situation and
right.
Weird first review to hit on right off the bat. All right. So let's get to the real ones. The real ones, meaning the people that know what they're talking about. Here's a hopping Hessen. Title of their review is "This is really bad. Quite possibly one of the worst movies ever made. This film ignores the heart-rending stories of the 2,000 plus real people who were on the Titanic to present to us a redundant Romeo and Juliet storyline. Kate Winslet plays a spoiled free spirit who's being forced by her mother to marry the wealthy Billy Zane." I love that it says, by the way,
the wealthy Billy Zane.
Kate Winslet plays a spoiled free spirit who is being forced by her mother to marry Billy Zane. Like,
sorry,
Billy Zane is not playing anyone.
No, it's just actual Billy
Zane. That's just him.
Kate Winslet is playing a character who is being forced to marry Billy Zane. On board the Titanic, she meets Jack, who teaches her to be free, or in other words, be trashy and self-centered. This movie is filled with bad acting and even worse writing. The only redeeming features are the special effects, which are stunning, and the beautiful soundtrack. Sounds like
at least they liked Celine.
Here's Zayak, who says, "Make another Terminator, Jim." I will never understand the common man, and therefore will never understand the mass hysteria over this movie. I did not care about any of the passengers James Cameron took the time to introduce us to. In fact, we know none of the true heartbreaking tales of the RMS Titanic, only the fanciful romantic tale of a spoiled brat and the only American in steerage. It is frightening to me that America embraced this movie without ever learning one bit of true history about the disaster of the Titanic. 5 will get you 10 that most of America believes there was such a jewel as the heart of the ocean. We already know many fools clamored around the graves of anyone known as Jack Dawson. Most offensive, however, are Mr. Cameron's comments at the Oscars without any regard for the 1,523 lives actually lost on the RMS Titanic. Life is not a movie, and love does not conquer all.
Wait a second. What are they talking about with the Oscars? I mean, he did the like I'm King of the World thing when he won Best Director, but when he won Best Picture, he very much like took a moment to honor the people who died on the Titanic. So that person is seemingly only focusing on one Oscar moment and not the other one.
Well,
you know what I mean?
Life is not a movie, and love does not conquer all. Tells me that person's just never been laid, but that's a side note. How about horrible horror films 23 says insultingly pretentious drivel. I saved this one. I remember this one because they say insultingly pretentious drivel.
I'm really excited to hear this because I don't know what could possibly be considered pretentious about this movie.
This review is pretentious.
Because
that's the point.
This is like a movie that is like
I love
catered to audiences.
Yeah, the irony is always that the reviewer that calls it pretentious is going to be super fucking pretentious.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Bloated neo-romantic crap.
Oh, God.
Other 5 descriptors of this movie. I honestly puke my guts out whenever the word Titanic is mentioned. Hype, insulting plot, non-period sets, terrible lame dialogue, fake history. All this make this the worst blockbuster this side of Phantom Menace. Why do people like this movie so much? Really, pop crap is what this is, nothing more. People proclaim James Cameron as some good director. This is the guy that directed Piranha Part 2, The Spawning, for crying out loud. And if I see him on one more Titanic-type special, I'm going to puke. Honestly, he already made $1 trillion off of one shipwreck. Can he leave it alone already? Titanic sucks, okay? Titanic sucks! Said all caps.
They said they were going to puke twice in that in that review.
Yeah,
I think they owe us puke.
Yeah.
James Pascarella gave it 1 out of 5 stars. Profanity.
Profanity?
Profanity?
That's all they said?
That was the review.
Is there profanity in this movie? Is there any profanity in this movie?
I don't know, but that's what they said. My stupid friend watched this on Saturday night when he was logged into my Amazon Prime account. Jesus, Adam, Titanic by yourself on a Saturday night? Really?
I mean, listen,
you know what? That's fair.
I mean, it is fair. I'd like to talk shit about Adam as well, but I've watched this movie 3 times in the last week or two. So two of which were solo viewing. So I can't say a whole lot about it. Adam, whatever makes you happy.
This review was written on August the 11th, 2022. I didn't realize that. So my birthday this year.
Wow. Happy birthday, Gary.
Thank you. From Preston, your brother. I can only assume. He says 3 hours of porn, magical water tip changes, and an event that we already knew the ending to since 3rd grade fucking history class. You can't honestly expect me to believe one old lady stories could change this greedy fuck's mind on his mission for that fucking necklace. Number 1, who's funding this expedition to find a necklace in the middle of the ocean? Number 2, nothing that lady said is anything that man wouldn't have known already. It's the Titanic. It's sank. We get it. Only thing getting this movie half a star is Celine Dion, and the song didn't even play till the end credits. So does it even count? 0 out of 10. Leo deserves better.
Leo deserves better. 3 hours of porn sounds like a different movie than what I watched watching Titanic. Although I did look it up, just so you know, and there is a Titanic porn parody called Titanic, which is about, as you can imagine, a bisexual Titanic parody.
That's something for everybody.
I know, right? Exactly.
I think on the last episode I mentioned I'm watching 6 Feet Under, and they had to return the Gatrix to the video store.
Is it what's his name? Dexter?
Yeah. So,
Nice.
I was super. I thought that was pretty fucking good.
That's good.
Sean says half star. Actually awful. Why is this like 6 hours long? I can't wait for the 9/11 version to come out.
Oh, ouch.
Jeez.
James Cameron pulls out a book of the Twin Towers and says, Romeo and Juliet in these buildings.
You jest, but it's as if you guys haven't seen that fucking Robert Pattinson movie.
Which one? What? Twilight? What movie are you talking about?
Wait, hold on.
Remember Me?
Yeah, and it's with the chick from Lost, right?
Claire. Is it Claire? Yeah, I do remember that. I completely forgot about that movie until you just brought it up.
Yeah, he plays. Yeah,
wow,
that's it. It is this Claire from Lost, Emile de Raven, and yeah, I think it's like a romantic drama, and then it's in the summer of 2001.
But then it fucking ends at the Twin Towers or something, right?
He's like in the Twin Towers.
Like spoiler alert, I guess. But yeah, I never even saw it. I just remember hearing that.
I never saw it either.
Like the end of the movie, like he like looks out of the window and then
there's a plane.
It zooms back and they're on the World Trade. They're on one of the towers of the World Trade Center. But you had seen like somebody write September 11th, 2001 or something right before that.
Right. Yeah.
Fuck that.
Well, I mean, you say that, but maybe people closer to the Titanic would have felt the same way.
Right, I guess so. Robert Pattinson's British, so it's not as close to home for him.
Okay.
And Emile de Raven is Australian.
Yeah. So none of them. Yeah. What's up with that?
They don't give a fuck. You heard it here first on Cinema Shocks. Robert Pattinson don't give a fuck about 9/11.
He said it. Edward said he don't care. Jillian, half star. I had my first mental breakdown after watching Jack die when I was 10, and then I didn't cry for a whole year and a half after. Thanks a lot, Mom.
That sounds like less of a review and more of a cry for help.
I was gonna say, are we gonna hear about the other mental breakdowns?
You need to go to therapy, ma'am.
Here's a Mitski fan, half star. I like James Cameron only when he makes cool action movies. This movie is so boring and terrible. Everybody knows the Titanic was an inside job.
George W. Bush did it. Did you know?
Yeah.
He did. He's so responsible. This is rounding out very well.
Yeah.
This
plot twist. Our next series is just going to be on Oliver Stone's World Trade Center movie.
Right. Avery gave it a half star, saying, "You're a fucking liar if you say you like this movie."
No, wow. That's...
Jeremy says, half star. This is Twilight on a boat, and in my opinion, the beginning of the teenage girl movie era. James Cameron is a 13-year-old girl.
Does that person think that teenage girl movies were not made before 1997?
I guess. I don't know. Meadow says, half star, awful film. Was forced to watch this New Year's Eve 2016, and I was trapped in a hotel in Japan, and this was the only English film. I should have just gone to sleep.
Yeah.
1 half star for Kate Winslet's tits.
I mean, I think they're worth more than
that. These are fun. This is a review by Real OJ Simpson, who I
hope it really is.
Absolutely pathetic excuse of a movie. It was playing when I was convicted. Also, my son left me when he was 3 due to thalassophobia, which was prompted by this movie. He now lives as far away from the ocean as possible. I miss my wife.
Oh my
These are letterbox reviews, and they're fantastic. All right. Caseville says, half star. War! The Republic is crumbling. Under attacks by ruthless Sith Lord Count Dooku, there are heroes on both sides. He's everywhere. In a stunning move, the Fiendish droid leader, General Grievous, has swept into the Republic capital and kidnapped Chancellor Palpatine, leader of the Galactic Senate. As the Separatist droid army attempts to flee the besieged capital with their valuable hostage, 2 Jedi Knights lead a desperate mission to rescue the captive Chancellor.
That's just the opening scroll to the Phantom Menace.
All right. How about this? Half star from Close Dark Voice. If I could choose between stopping 9/11 and stopping this ship from sinking, I would save this ship because I wish this movie never happened, because it is a painful experience of a film. James Cameron, please God, make Avatar 2 90 minutes.
That is now our third 9/11 reference in this episode.
Wow.
It is. It's real weird.
Jeez.
Simon Peterson gave it a half star and said, what did Simon Peter said? Simon Peterson. Simon Peterson.
Simon Peter is a character from the Bible.
Yeah. Right. Different guy. The absolute worst film on earth. The Titanic is like a giant moldy elephant turd that has been microwaved to a subtle crisp. Only gets a half star because it takes place on a boat in the ocean, and whales live in the ocean. I really appreciate a good whale, preferably a humpback whale. Anyway, this movie is trash. Fuck James Cameron.
That guy wants to fuck a whale.
Yeah.
All right, only a couple more. I'm trying to make them short. Half star from Jason, who says this tragic tale about Rose, an unfortunate redhead who destroys the will to live, and every man that comes into direct contact with her vagina is 3 hours too long. First, robbing Billy Zane, national treasure and star of your mother's masturbatory fantasies, to lose his will to keep fighting the good fight against steerage. That's what it says. Next, she sucks the will to live out of Leonardo DiCaprio, national treasure and star of your mother's masturbatory fantasies, who proceeds to just let go and drown himself in the middle of the North Atlantic Ocean. And that death I'm sure about because I was out of my seat throwing Smarties at my TV, and that caused my cat to start tearing apart the living room in a sugar-fueled frenzy. Then the old crone, whose vagina magic is as dark and powerful as ever, just throws away a priceless diamond like that has ever happened in the history of women or diamonds. Fuck off, movie. Be more like Speed 2.
Oh, no.
Nice.
Oh, man. So, speaking of old Rose, what do you guys think about the moment where she says, it was the most erotic moment of my life?
Yeah.
Oh, God.
And her granddaughter sitting there, I'd be like, Grandma, it's time to go to bed, man.
Immediately after what? Well, hold on. I'll finish this last review. This half star from Bash, who says, "There was space, you selfish cunt."
That's also low hanging fruit because that's been memed to death. We're done with that.
Yeah. Well, it just felt like a good ending. So to your first point, I don't know. I told my wife immediately after watching it, I was like, I feel like Rose is a bitch. And I was like, because I don't know. She's just kind of like there with her granddaughter, who has obviously grown up with a grandfather. And you'd assume at least a parent that is the product of a different relationship.
Yeah.
And you're hearing your grandmother talk about how this is the best moment of your fucking life. I'm like, it's just like, this is garbage. This is horrible. Like, Rose, you sound kind of like a dickhead. Like,
doesn't she say like a woman's heart is as deep as the ocean or something like that?
Something
it's
like
like it's many mysteries or something. I don't know.
Yeah.
Anyway, I'm just saying, like, I don't care who you are. I don't care what sex you are, gender, anything. If you are with a partner and then you die, and you could look back on that partner like 10 years later and they're like talking about the fucking person that came 30 years before you, and they're like telling a whole fucking detailed story about
You know what that's called, Gary?
What?
Big dick energy.
Yeah.
Is that what it is? I'm just saying, you'll be like, oh, fuck this bitch. Like, fuck them. Like, this is what did anything I ever did for you manage? You're just like, oh, I was just like, whatever was left over. This is all you could get. Like,
all little sloppy seconds.
Yeah. Hey, granddaughter, good to see you. Your grandfather, not a huge fan, but he was better than some.
Hey, guess what, granddaughter? Had Jack not died, you wouldn't exist.
Exactly. Like the fucking granddaughter wouldn't even be a thing.
Nope.
I don't know.
Well, all right. So Titanic was released a week before Christmas, 1997. It came in number 1 at the box office, but just barely. It beat Tomorrow Never Dies, the James Bond movie, by only $1.5 million that opening week. That's a very small margin. But remarkably, it made even more money the second week out, which just never happens in Hollywood. Movies never make more money on week 2. But then it made even more money on week 3. James Cameron and Fox had a bona fide phenomenon on their hands, and it wasn't stopping anytime soon. People, if you weren't alive or you weren't like old enough to see movies at the time that Titanic came out, you might not be able to grasp just how big of a phenomenon this movie was. But people were like, there were lines around movie theaters to get into this. Like every showing was sold out for weeks and weeks and weeks at a time. Like people were seeing it in droves, and they were going back. They weren't just seeing it once, but they were seeing it 2, 3, 4, 5 times. You know, people were seeing it a dozen times. It was insane. And it's really hard to explain that, I think, to people now, because that simply doesn't happen anymore. Because movies just aren't in theaters for that long anymore, because they have to go like straight to streaming or whatever after a few weeks. In fact, for Titanic, the film's highest performing day came on Valentine's Day, February 14th, 1998. This is nearly 2 months after it had been released, and it made $13 million on that one day alone.
Wow.
Which, even by today's standards, is absolute insanity.
Yeah.
The film remained number 1 at the box office for an astounding 16 weeks. 4 months, this movie sat at the top of the box office. Movies nowadays, like if you're still number 1 on week 2, you're doing pretty good. You know, it ultimately grossed $1.8 billion. That's with a B, $billion at the box office, a record that knocked Star Wars out of the top spot as the highest grossing film of all time. Cameron had, he'd once again made the most expensive movie of all time, just like we've said in the last 2 episodes. Titanic's final budget was around $200 million, but the film also became the most profitable film of all time. Titanic was also nominated for a record-breaking 14 Academy Awards. It won 11 of those, including Best Director, Best Editing, Best Picture. That's a record that actually still holds today. It's tied with 11 wins. It's tied with Ben-Hur and Lord of the Rings: Return of the King. Those 3 movies are tied for number 1 in the number of wins of Oscars.
Wow.
All right.
I mean, it was astoundingly popular when it came out. It was a phenomenon of the likes of which we're unlikely to ever see again. I mean, these days, making $1 billion at the box office isn't unheard of. It's happened with at least 50 movies at this point since Titanic. Everything from the Transformers movies to the Pirates of the Caribbean movies to Jurassic World, and the Star Wars prequels and the Star Wars sequels, Avengers movies, you know. But if you look at a list of all the movies that have broke that $1 billion box office, which I looked up because I was curious. If you look at that, every single one of these movies is either part of a franchise like the Marvel movies or the Fast and Furious movies, or they're sequels, they're remakes, or in a few cases, they're kids' movies like Zootopia or The Lion King.
Right.
But none of them are like a period piece romance. And none of them are, with the exception of maybe some of the kids' movies like Zootopia, none of them are really like original stories. There are 2 that are original stories, Titanic and Avatar. The rest of them are franchises or kids' movies, right?
Wow.
So that's huge. That simply doesn't happen with these types of movies. It didn't happen then, and it doesn't happen now. And we're unlikely to ever see a movie like this made again, especially for this cost. Like, people aren't spending $200 million on a movie set in the 1920s or the 1910s, where the first half of the movie is nothing but a romance for an hour and a half, right? It's just not the kind of things that studios fund anymore. It's not part of an existing IP. And it's honestly not the kind of movie that audiences flock to anymore. This movie would not make $1 billion today, I don't. And as it always happens with something that's as wildly popular as Titanic was at the time of its release, there was an inevitable backlash where folks tried to delegitimize the film. Like a lot of the people in those reviews that you read, Gary, I feel like that's what's happening. People are shitting on it because it was popular, because people think that's fun to do. So that brings me to this question. I think I've already kind of gotten a gist of it, but Gary, you had never seen this film before. You had actually actively avoided it for a quarter of a century, owing largely to how oversaturated the media was when it came out, and specifically with Leonardo DiCaprio in particular, where after this movie, he was a phenomenon. He was on Teen Beat. He was everywhere. He went from being the well-respected star of small, dramas to a legitimate movie star, thanks to this movie and to a slightly lesser extent, Romeo and Juliet. You could not escape the reach of this movie in 1997. You couldn't escape Leo on every magazine cover. You couldn't escape that damn Celine Dion song, but you managed to avoid ever seeing the actual movie until like last week, right?
I saw the memes before the movie.
Right, yeah. So I have to ask, I mean, I've gotten the gist of how you feel about it, but I really want to know, like, specifically, like, on your first viewing ever of Titanic, what did you think?
I thought the movie was pretty good.
Okay. Well,
I mean, it's weird, man. Like, I think it's so odd. As we're talking about it, like how impactful this fucking movie was. And it's like, there's more to this than filmmaking skill. There's more than just like casting the right people. This is like those lightning in a bottle moments. Like that, right. That's gotta be what it is. Like,
yeah.
There's no other way to define this, because the movie is good. And by the way, like, that's not even me trying to discount it the way I say good. Like, it's like the story is like, it's fine. Yeah, it's good. I felt some emotion during parts of the movie. It's a good movie, but also, like, I was like, there's got to be more to it than this, and there is some of the cool, fantastical elements of it, like how huge this ship is. And there is like the awe that's presented. Cameron's good at that. Like it is pretty impressive. Some of my favorite parts, like, honest to God, I'm not even kidding, is like when it shows the inside of the ship and the fucking gears like popping up.
I love
down.
that is James Cameron as an engineering nerd showing off some stuff that he thinks is cool.
Yeah.
Clearly. I saw when I was watching the movie, that was some of the stuff that like really caught my eye. I was like, God damn, like this is fucking fantastical.
By the way, when they did that scene, Peter Lamont, he used the same trick that he used on Aliens to expand, when they open up in the cryopods, where he used a mirror to expand the length of the ship. They did the same thing on that. He used a mirror to make the bottom of that ship seem like it went on further.
Yeah, well, and Cameron in the commentary was talking about, like, they actually went to an actual ship, like, and one that had a similar engine to what the Titanic would have had, and like filmed it, and then added in people afterwards to like smaller, because it would have been larger, but it was impressive. I was like watching, I was like, God, do you never think about this? Like how much of a feat of ingenuity this whole thing.
There are people having to go through manual labor to get this ship to continue to move.
Yeah. I'm
like hard manual labor.
He does a great job of that. And so, like, I want to give him props for all those things, but how it like becomes like a fucking phenomenon like this, I don't know. Like, I don't understand. Like, it's just like the perfect combination of things that have to happen. It's not clear. It's not just because of how cool the Titanic is. It's not just because of how cool the wreckage is, and all that stuff is cool. It's wicked to watch. and he does a great job. Everything holds up. Everything is still fantastic, but it's also the love story of Rose and Jack, and it's like he captures the same thing that, I hate that I'm going to say this, but like, I don't know, fucking Bella and Edward get, like it's like this.
I mean, it is. That's that Romeo and Juliet thing.
Yeah, it's like this weird fucking romance thing that like captures also the youth that aren't looking for all of the extra stuff. They're just like looking for the love story and the.
I mean, speaking to that, you asking how did this become such a phenomenon? I think it's because when this movie was released in the late 90s, like the 90s were a very cynical time for movies. Everyone wanted to be Pulp Fiction after 1994. Everyone wanted to make these edgy, cynical movies. And that's what was popular, right? Even some of the blockbusters like Independence Day are largely pretty cynical movies. This movie's not. This movie it wears its heart on its sleeve. And I think people connected with it because they were being given something that other movies weren't giving them at the time. Something that was just pure, like just kind of a pure, romanticized story, which was rare at the time. And honestly has been rare since probably the 60s.
That's a good point. I mean, I believe that's possible. Like, I think that like for as shitty like as crappy as we try to talk about James Cameron, I don't think we're crapping on James Cameron.
No, I think we've been fairly we've been praising James Cameron quite a bit.
For as pushy and objective. I feel like pretty objective.
I think for as mean and pushy as he can sound, like the guy has some like significant he has his like moral path, like he has like his set of ideals and these things. I mean, I started the first episode of the Titanic talking about the fucking purple crayon thing from him. So he has some like positive qualities. It's just like fuck, man, I don't know. Maybe it's fucking Speed Racer back in the Wachowski series. Right. It's like I go back and watch it. I'm like, well, just how you gonna hate on something that's just so honest and just wholesome? It's just like these people love each other and they met each other, and it's just like a nice wholesome. That's the fucking reason Shakespeare like lasted. It's the God, I don't know. It's fuck. Maybe that's why Avatar is. I hate everything.
So Todd, you'd seen this movie before, but I assume it's probably been a while.
Oh yeah, it's been every part of a decade.
What was your thought on what were your thoughts on rewatch?
I think I had definitely had enough distance that I was approaching it with fairly fresh and objective eyes. And I do like it. Everybody, it's a great cast. I mean, even aside from Winslet and DiCaprio, you've got some really great actors turning in pretty top-notch performances, honestly. I don't think that this is a all the time watch. I don't think that this is a once a year watch. I think this might be maybe every 5 to 10 years revisit it. It's there. I don't see how anyone could say it's not well made in any aspect.
Well, Todd, like not to step on you, but like as we're talking about this, and you even mentioned this, like hitting on it objectively, like it's like, okay, look at this movie objectively. Like it's like, well, okay, it's not your favorite movie of all time. What's the shitty part?
There's no shitty part.
Yeah, there really isn't a shitty part.
What's wrong with it?
I think if you look at, I mean, if I have to come up with something that's mediocre, maybe. I feel like I feel like maybe the romance is nothing there. I don't feel like there's a lot of unique things contributed by the romance itself.
Well, I think what makes the romance work so well is the fucking like god level chemistry between Leo and Kate Winslet.
Right. And you got solid villains, you got, solid, thing to try to overcome, which I think is what we really, I mean, we're on board with these characters. So you're in it with them. And I mean, again, that's me grasping.
Yeah.
I'm really
No,
reaching
no.
for something. It's a fine movie. But like I said, I don't know that I feel the need to revisit it often.
But that's the part I hate about it, because
Yeah.
it's like I think I feel like oh, it's good. Yeah, it is good. But it's like I also look at those reviews from the time, and I'm like, they're talking about the dialogue, and I'm like, nah, I'm not down with the dialogue.
Yeah, it's
that's
fine.
not it.
That's fine.
Yeah.
And,
Yeah. So
and I'm like, I can't tell you what sucked. I can't. There was nothing that sucked.
No,
it
doesn't suck.
It was
nothing
pretty
sucks
good.
about this. Well, here's my cards on the table. I had not seen this movie in at least a decade, probably more than that, probably 15 years, maybe 20 years since I last watched this movie. I had fond memories of it. I remember liking it when I saw it in theaters. I was a teenager when it came out, and I liked it. But it's not one that I've had the urge to revisit, even though I revisit some of Cameron's other films fairly regularly. Watching it this time, and I've watched it 3 times preparing for this episode. I fucking adore this movie. I think it is an incredible piece of filmmaking. It's really easy, I think, to get caught up in the story of Titanic, the making of Titanic, because a lot of people got bogged down in that when it was being made.
Sure.
And it's easy to get caught up in the pop culture juggernaut that the film became. But if you step back from all that and just watch Titanic as a movie, which is easier to do now because it's been 25 years since it came out.
Right.
You just watch it as a movie, and it is an incredible piece of filmmaking. It is an incredible story of romance and spectacle and humanity, but it's also a shining example, I think, of what a movie can be when a filmmaker has the devotion to his craft and the attention to detail that Cameron brings to the table. Because if anybody else had made this movie, it would not have turned out the way that it did.
There's
fair.
enough of a mix of like spectacle and character level drama of the whole thing. He had a quote in one of the interviews I saw with him that said, my theory is you spend 2 hours setting up the story with people you really care about, and you play it out where you don't know whether or not they'll survive. I mean, how do you make a movie about an event where everybody knows how it ends? We all know the ship sinks.
Yeah.
You have to make it about how the sinking of the ship, which is inevitable, affects the people that you care about.
Yeah, I think that's absolutely correct, because the action in the film, the sinking of the ship, is incredibly engaging and incredibly well done. The effects, I think, overall have aged pretty well.
No, there was like literally, I hate it. There was not one thing that I saw.
You really want something to not like about this movie, and you can't find it.
I wanted to have a reason. I didn't see it for 25
right,
years.
And now you're like,
there's not one thing about the movie that I'm like doesn't still work. It still holds up. It's like, well, as we go on in movies and the more and more stuff we watch, if you follow us in Discord, I even had the same argument for, like, I don't know, fucking Hellraiser, which has nothing in common with this movie. I was like,
such wonders to behold.
Well, I was like, I said in the thing, I was like, they made this movie and they did what they could with what they had, and everything still holds up. Everything still like works. Like it still, like the sequel goes on, and like Hellraiser, they're trying to like add more effects and blah blah blah. But it was like, no, but in the first one, they did what they had with, or what they could with what they had, and it's still, like, watching it today, I'm like, God dang, that still works. And it's the same with Titanic. And never in a million years did you think you'd hear a podcast comparing Titanic and Hellraiser, but here we are.
Welcome to Cinema Shock.
Welcome to Cinema Shock. I'm just saying that I watched Titanic and I thought 25 years later, I'm going to watch this movie. Surely I'll see whatever bullshit I wanted to see about it. And it's like, no, not really. Like, it's all the effects still work. Everything about it still works.
Yeah.
Like,
and it's that
characters still work.
That's the stuff that like draws people in. I think the spectacle, the special effects, the action, the sinking of the ship and all that. But I think it's the heart, the human heart of the film that gives it its lasting appeal. We've talked about this. We've talked about how there's a lot of heart in James Cameron's films that I feel like doesn't get a lot of credit. We've talked about it on almost every episode of the series. You've got the relationship between Kyle Reese and Sarah in the original Terminator, the relationship between Ripley and Newt in Aliens, Bud and Lindsay in the Abyss, John and the T-800 in Terminator 2. Cameron's work is really it really is rooted in humanity, even though in all of these movies the action spectacle is more of a focus. But Titanic flips that a little bit, and it draws you in with the spectacle, but its main focus really is the relationship between Jack and Rose. And I think that's why the film works so well.
It fucks with you because you think you have to care about Jack and Rose. And even if you're fighting it, even if you don't want to believe in Jack and Rose, which despite your best efforts, you will. A little bit.
Yeah.
It's like, no, but then it's like everybody has humanity in it.
Yeah.
From Kathy Bates, like standing on the ship to like go back and check on people, to like the part that I admitted on social media that broke me was the musicians.
Dude. Yeah.
And
that sequence, by the way, I remember you mentioning that. And it's always been one of my favorite moments of the film. It's when the musicians are playing and then they're saying, we're done. Let's go our separate ways.
Yeah, his buddies walk away, but the one violinist stays.
The one violinist stays. He starts playing Near My God to Thee, and then the other guys turn around, start playing it with him. It's a heartbreaking moment. It will never not wreck me when I watch this movie.
Right. Yeah,
it was
moment.
The point in the movie 25 years later, me as like a fucking 40-year-old guy, I was like watching it and just like, holy shit. Like, okay, here they come.
Yeah, and the thing is, it's not just that moment, but it's how that moment plays out from then on, because they start playing that song and it immediately cuts to the captain in the bridge, knowing that he's going to go down with the ship, right? It cuts to him, then it cuts to Victor Garber's character, the designer of the ship, in his study. The ship is leaning, things are falling off the mantle. He is resigned that I'm about to die. It cuts to these two old people laying in bed in their evening wear, knowing that we're about to die. They have accepted it. Then it cuts to the scene that fucks me up. It cuts to Jeanette Goldstein's character telling a bedtime story to her little kids.
Yeah,
knowing that
it's rough.
knowing that it's going to be the last bedtime story that they ever hear.
Yeah,
and then the scene ends. The song ends, right? The song ends and we cut back to Bernard Hill as the captain. And then as the music fades out, the glass shatters, all that water comes rushing in. And from that moment on, the last that is like that's like the powder keg blowing.
Yep.
Right. And then the rest of that is your introduction to the final act of the movie, where it is sheer chaos. And just like people dying, people falling off the ship. It is like incredibly chaotic and intense from then on. And it's an incredible piece of filmmaking, starting with that scene with the musicians, but then all the way through that entire montage. It is honestly one of, I think, the most well-constructed set pieces in a movie, like literally of all time. Just the way that it plays on your emotions, but it also works as a structural, transition in the movie. It's really incredibly well done, from James Cameron aspect, as a director, to the performances, to the music, to the editing, especially.
All right, I will give it 5 stars on Letterboxd. Shut up.
Well, and here's the thing. I said the main focus of the film is Jack and Rose. I think that's why the movie works, because they are your eyes through this. And from the start that their love is doomed. What's going to fucking happen at the end of Titanic, right? But you're still hoping for the best, kind of against your own better judgment.
Yeah. Right.
But I think that even though we've joked about it a lot, the fact that the audience knows the ending of Titanic actually works in its favor. I think it actually contributes to the power of the film. When I was writing my notes for this, I was thinking about this, and I got reminded of this quote by Alfred Hitchcock, a very famous quote by Alfred Hitchcock, about the difference between surprise and suspense. So basically what he says, I won't read the quote exactly, but he's saying that basically there's a bomb underneath a table between two people, right? Nothing happens, and then all of a sudden, boom, there's an explosion. That's just surprise. No big deal. The audience is surprised. It's like a jump scare in a horror movie, right?
Right.
But if you want to talk about suspense, there's a bomb underneath the table. The audience knows it. Maybe the director has shown a shot of somebody placing the bomb under the table, setting the timer. And then you have two people at that table and they know that that bomb is there. They know that it's going to happen. It's going to blow up at some point, right? We know that, let's say we know that the bomb's going to go off at 1 o'clock and there's a clock on the wall in the background and it's 12:45, right? That is all of a sudden, whatever conversation those two people at the table are having is incredibly suspenseful because we know that there's a bomb about to go off under that table. That's Titanic.
Wow.
The sinking of Titanic is the ticking bomb. We know it's going to sink. It's not about whether or not it's going to sink. We know it's going to sink. But knowing it's going to sink adds an undertone of suspense to literally every single thing that happens in the first 2 hours of this movie, because you know where things are going.
Yeah. And
Cameron spends the first hour and a half of the movie setting all of this up. You know, we get swept up in the romance. We get swept up in the details of this ship, its opulence. We almost forget that the ship's going to sink, right? Cameron basically makes us, as the audience, a passenger on the Titanic. We're now participants in this story so that when the ship inevitably does hit that iceberg, we experience that as not an audience necessarily, but as another passenger on the ship.
Mm-hmm.
And I really don't think, you know, as we're about to wrap up this series on James Cameron, and a lot of the focus has been upon, I think, his technical wizardry. I don't think he gets enough credit, though, as a storyteller. You know, I think that the flashback structure in this, for instance, is a stroke of genius. I really do. I know that it was ostensibly there because Cameron wanted to dive down to the actual wreckage of the Titanic, and the wraparound story is kind of his way of working that into the film. But it does a couple of other things as well. I think we become Rose's audience. We're captivated by her story, just like Bill Paxton and Louis Abernathy are. You know, we feel that helps us to feel connected to everything else that's going to happen. But then he does this really cool thing where he shows Louis Abernathy shows old Rose this crude animation of the actual sinking of the Titanic. Cameron's not even pretending that the audience doesn't know what's going to happen to the ship. He's literally showing it to you in the first 15 minutes of the movie.
Yeah.
Exactly how it's going to happen at the end of the movie. And that establishes all of that, which only, again, adds to the suspense.
Yeah.
You know, another thing is I think that Leonardo DiCaprio got all the press really at the time of this release. Like I said, he became the Teen Beat cover model. But make no mistake, this is Kate Winslet's movie. Like this is Rose's story. It's literally Rose telling the story. Almost the entire movie is shot from Rose's point of view. Even there's a couple of moments like when when Leonardo DiCaprio is talking to Kathy Bates. She's giving him the tuxedo. We see him walk in with the tuxedo. That's all from his point of view. Once she walks down those stairs, though, it switches to her point of view because this is Rose's story.
Yeah.
It's a story about Rose gaining her independence. It's easy to see Titanic as an outlier in Cameron's filmography because it's a period piece. It's not sci-fi, etc. But I think Rose fits into the same category of strong women that have populated his other films. I really think she is in the same vein as Ellen Ripley and Sarah Connor, just in her own way. I mean, it's not that Jack isn't a hero. He is a hero in his own, of course he's a hero. He sacrifices himself to save her. But what he really is he's the catalyst for change in Rose's life. He is what helps her gain her independence. He helps her to live her life. Like he says in his, the dinner speech, make it count.
Yep.
The only reason she's able to do that is because he sacrifices himself to save her. Because one of my favorite moments of the movie, my two favorite moments of the movie are the one that Gary mentioned, the one with the musicians, that whole sequence. But the other one is one that people don't talk about, I feel like, a whole lot. And that's at the very end, that final shot of Rose's photographs on her bedside table.
Yeah.
She survived because of Jack's sacrifice, and she was able to live a full life. We see her headshot. She was an actress. We see her with these like tribesmen in Africa. We see her riding a horse, flying an airplane. All of this stuff that she would not have been able to do had she not survived, right? She was able to live a full life because of this. And in a very like showy movie, a very like big Hollywood epic, the fact that this simple shot of black and white photographs is like, that's what really drives it home to me. And I think that's a testament to Cameron's skill, not as a technical filmmaker, but just as a storyteller, honestly.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah. I spoke for a few minutes about what he did with the striptease scene in True Lies, like how that was so important for those characters. And all of that happened with minimal technical wizardry and zero dialogue. Like, we know who these characters are, and we get to see them change right in front of our faces in one scene. And I think, seeing Leo got all the press, but this is Rose is the protagonist. She's the one that goes through the big change from beginning to end of this narrative.
Yeah, she has like the major like character arc.
Yeah.
Leo really doesn't.
You get to like talk all that time and like make all the good points, just and like I don't. It's just terrible. Like you're making all the smart like analysis of a movie. No, you're 100% right though. Like listening to you talk about it, like maybe made it hit me even more, like that I'm like, holy shit, like it is that he makes, God, he crafts this story so well that he sucks you in with the stupid teen romance. And I mean that as a macho, super buff dude.
Guy, Gary, guy who hangs out with professional wrestlers on a regular basis.
I'm totally,
guns out Gary.
Totally like
guns out Gary.
I am toxic masculinity defined. They're like you're like, okay, well that's the story, obviously, right? Like it's Jack and Rose, and it's like this bullshit. But like in the process of the story, like ends up making you so a couple of points care about the people that are also there. All these people that we talked about, like all these people that just are, you could look at as side stories, but I mean, I don't know. The musicians broke me. How fucking good do you have to be that like the people you don't fucking care about for
I don't even know their names.
Like, it's just like okay, well they broke you. Oh, the mom talking to their kid, the old people sitting in the bed, like
the mom talking to their kid who's literally credited as Irish mother, I think.
It's like that's pretty good. Like it's pretty solid. And then yes, I will say this as a dude who was a teen at the time, who just looked at this as like, fuck you, Leonardo DiCaprio. I don't want to see you do studly Leonardo DiCaprio things like I'm an incel or whatever I was at the time. I looked at it as like a lot of girls love this movie. A lot of young women love this movie. They love the story that it tells. And now as I'm like listening to what you were even just saying and like thinking back on it, I'm like, it's not about Leonardo DiCaprio. It's not about fucking how studly he is, and
he's good in the movie, and
he's very attracted to the dirtbag dude.
He's very pretty to look at.
No, he is, and it's cool to be attracted to it, but it's more than that. It's not about the dirtbag boy look. It's about the like Rose is finding her place in this world, in this situation that like everybody's told her who she is and what she is. And
he allows her to be her
being dangerously close to a life of misery.
So
it's that near miss.
And she breaks out of it. Like she saves herself at the same time. Like it's just like he's a part of that.
He's
story.
just the catalyst for it, but she did it on her own.
Yeah. And so I think that a lot of people, even for me at the time, that were like writing this off as this one thing that it's just like, oh, here's another Romeo and Juliet story or like whatever. It's just like, no, like Rose is becoming a independent woman. Like Rose is like finding herself. Like Rose, this is less about Leo than it is about Rose just deciding I don't need any of this other shit, and like I can do whatever I want. And well, fuck him, fuck James Cameron, and fuck this movie.
Gary's so mad that he liked this movie.
I do. I feel like I kind of am. Like I'm like, God, it really is. Like it's just terrible that he's so good at like making me give a shit about all these things.
Yeah.
And it's just like you want to find, and it's like anything we're saying here, you're like, all right, well, it ain't that good, guys. Come on, back off it a little bit. And then you want to be like, all right, well, tell me what's wrong with what we're saying. And it's just like, I don't think you can.
Where's the lie?
Yeah, where's the lie?
Where's the lie?
It's just like, fuck, man, Titanic is pretty fucking good.
Yeah, it's good.
Yeah.
I will say this about Titanic. One thing that I also love, just if I could back off this shit that makes me want to cry about it. One person that had an issue with this film, I mentioned him earlier. I think in the what would be the last episode talking about time travel was Neil deGrasse Tyson, who saw this movie at the time it came out, and he says he saw at the scene where Rose and Jack are there, and Jack's dying. She looks up and it shows the sky.
Mm-hmm.
And if you don't know Neil deGrasse Tyson, by the way, he's a famed astrophysicist who has a lot to say about movies all the time.
It's a lot to say about everything.
Yeah,
has a lot to say about everything, and leaned into it too much probably at this point. But he says they look up the night sky, no clouds, perfect sky. You see the stars, and he says in the movie theater at the time this movie came out, he was like, "That is not what that sky would look like."
Of course he did. Of course he did.
And he says it wouldn't have bothered him so much if a bunch of the marketing for Titanic hadn't been about how accurate this movie is. Like they went to lengths to make sure to portray every single thing about this being perfect. He was like, you put patterns on the china in the Titanic that you can't 100% verify as accurate. And you could verify the sky, and you didn't do that. He said he was very bothered by that.
Shut up, Neil deGrasse.
He said not only did you not accurately portray the sky, you made a lazy sky, meaning they actually had one side of the sky and mirrored it on the other side of the sky. So it's not even a whole real sky. It's just like half a sky and a reflection of the other sky. Now he says he was told later that the reason for this is because something we talked about earlier. This is a half a ship. And so they duplicated and reflected it over to the other side. But whatever. Anyway, he wrote James Cameron a letter that he says was with his finest letterhead to let him know you fucked up this guy. He said he never heard back.
Is there an expiration date on which we can stuff someone into a locker?
Wait, hold on, Todd. Hold on, Todd. Years later, Neil deGrasse Tyson bumps into Cameron, and it's at some kind of event for like NASA.
He's like, something. Finally, I'm going to get an answer.
He says, he asked Cameron, did you get my letter? No. Tyson explains, and Cameron tells him, this stuff is he says, Cameron says, is like, yeah, it's all post-production. It wasn't really on me, so I don't know. And,
that's it.
So a few more years pass. Cameron's receiving an award at the museum that Neil deGrasse Tyson works for. Tyson gets an invite. He goes there. He asks Cameron, he asks if James Cameron is actually going to accept the award. They say yes, and so he goes. And he goes to the museum. And they talk again, and Tyson says, did you give any more thought to what I said about the sky? And James Cameron says, you know what, Neil? Last I checked, Titanic has grossed over like $1 billion worldwide. Can you imagine how much more money it would have made if I'd have fixed the fucking sky? Bird. Bird. But
let it go, Neil.
But 2 weeks later, he says, this would have been around 2012. Tyson gets a call. He said he can't remember the guy's name. But the guy calls and says, I'm so-and-so. I work post-production for James Cameron. And he says, Mr. Tyson, Mr. Cameron is working on the centennial version of the movie Titanic.
Centennial? 100 years?
Yeah, it was a centennial version.
Oh, for 1912 to 2012.
Yeah.
Okay, okay.
He told me I should call you because apparently you have a sky I can use.
Nice.
And so from the version thereon, like apparently James Cameron replaces the sky. Neil deGrasse Tyson like mapped out the sky for him.
So I wonder if the version that's on Blu-ray is the corrected sky.
I don't know. I really don't know because I am not a nerd. But
yeah, how would I ever know?
How would I ever know? I don't know. But Neil deGrasse Tyson said that they need to get a call and says, you have a sky we can use. Can we please get that sky?
That's awesome. I love that.
James Cameron fixed the sky.
Well, the movie is getting re-released in February of next year in 3D in theaters for I guess a belated 25th anniversary. And maybe we'll get to see the corrected sky in that. We'll take a little Cinema Shock outing, and
I was gonna say,
together.
I think that sounds like another field trip.
Yeah, Neil deGrasse Tyson. If you can Google this, I mean, you'll find a YouTube video of him telling the story. And Neil deGrasse Tyson has like the printout of like there's some company that will do apparently the night sky for like whatever date you give them. And now, so he has like a poster of like the sky of the night that the Titanic sank, like what it would look like.
That's crazy.
Exactly. And so,
wow.
But like where the Milky Way would have like how do you would have seen everything. And so apparently it's been fixed.
Wow.
In the most recent versions of the film.
Thanks, Neil deGrasse Tyson. We appreciate it. So in his review for the film, Roger Ebert said, movies like this are not merely difficult to make at all, but almost impossible to make well, which I think is a great quote from his review. And James Cameron, he managed to fight for his vision. He managed to fight for the film that he wanted to make. He got that movie on the screen. He managed to make it and make it well. No other film in history has had the kind of journey to the screen that Titanic had, and it probably won't again, to be honest. Because no movie is going to construct an entire studio the way this one did. It's all going to be on fucking green screens, and there are a million things that could have gone wrong with this movie, from the script stage to filming all the way through editing. Like when they were doing test screenings, the scene I mentioned with the long gunfight scene, the gun chase, that's the scene that they got the most negative reviews on, or the negative cards on, right? Once they took that out, once they made the decision to take that out, it was smooth sailing. That one decision could have made this $1 billion movie or not $1 billion movie. It's not that scene made it bad. It's just that it contributes to the overall feel of the movie, right? So even leaving that in, it could have been a disaster. Any misstep could have caused this film to, pardon the pun, but to sink. But the amount of things that had to go right for this film to turn out the way it is pretty staggering. Another one of those things that we have to talk about that could have gone terribly wrong is that fucking alternate ending.
Oh, yeah.
All right. So I didn't know anything about this alternate ending until like a few days ago. I found it on YouTube, sent you guys the link. I think it's on the Blu-ray and stuff too, as a deleted scene, but it's wild. So for those who haven't seen it, so you know how the movie ends. You've got old Rose. She goes out by herself. She turns out she's had the blue diamond, the heart of the ocean, the whole time. She oopsie daisies and drops it into the ocean.
Oopsie daisies.
So in the original ending, though, you've got the scene in the final film. You've got the scene where Bill Paxton's talking to Susie Amos. He has a cigar. He's like, "I was saving this for when we found the heart of the ocean." Then he tosses it into the water. Well, in the alternate ending, these they kind of cut that between him and they edit that between him and Rose, and he throws it, and then they look and they see her on the edge of the ship, and they're like, oh my god, she's gonna like kill herself or something. That's kind of how it plays. Like they're afraid that she's about to jump off the ship, and they confront her, and she shows Bill Paxton that she has had the diamond the whole time. She basically like holds it in front of him. I think she even lets him touch it, right? Like,
yeah, he's just like, he's just like, oh, don't do anything crazy. She tells him whatever she tells him, and he's like, can I just hold it?
Yeah,
one time.
And she gives this big speech about how like the only thing that really has value is your memories and the life that you lived. It's all nice and sweet, but also like kind of a dick move. This guy's been spending a lot of money trying to find this diamond. You've had it the whole time, and then you drop it into the ocean right in front of him. Like dropping it into the ocean in the final film, kind of a dick move, right? Doing it right in front of the guy, even worse. I think it's. I'm really glad they cut that ending out because it is bad.
Well, it's bad for a number of reasons. One of those is that you just mentioned. Also, that like anybody who cared about where the heart of the ocean is, they're like, okay, well, we just saw where she dropped it.
Yeah,
let's
just
go
stop
get
the
it.
ship.
We don't have to dig through a fucking Titanic wreckage.
Yeah,
like,
stop the boat, drop the sub, pick it up. We're good.
We'll just go get it.
yeah.
So it's tough because, like, I don't know. It just adds on to like the bullshit I was saying earlier. It's just like, oh, Rose is like, oh, your grandfather didn't mean anything, blah, blah, blah.
Right.
It's like, also, I've had like a fucking $1 billion worth of jewelry right here in my hand. And you know what? Fuck our grandchildren and my great grandchildren. Like, I'll just put it over here in the ocean. And I don't know.
Fuck you.
I guess I don't know. Maybe that's capitalism.
Well, I'm glad I mean, that's part of filmmaking is some things don't work and you get rid of it, and it's not in the final film, so the final film works. So, but go on YouTube and watch it. I would recommend just to see what might have been.
Yeah, that's a good story. And the worst part about this is even without that story, there's like a million stories about the Titanic that you just can't even like fucking. I don't know. I was reading before we started this episode about this guy Navratil or whatever, and he was this French guy who met this girl when he was 26, she was 16, 1907 or so. So it's gross, but whatever.
But normal.
But
gross,
normal.
But normal.
They ended up having the 2 kids, and there was some argument between the 2, and he ended up like stealing the 2 kids from her and getting on the Titanic, like to escape. Like he was escaping to like keep the kids or something. And he was on the Titanic, but then the women and children were the only people to survive. So like the kids got off, but he ended up dying in the Titanic. And I don't know. It's just there's these weird stories that that there's like however many people were on the Titanic. There's like, I'm sure like all these different stories. He was because of his name or something, was identified as Jewish and buried in this like Jewish cemetery, but he was like Catholic. So jokes on him. But but anyway, that's a short version of that story. But my point is that like
well, there were 2,000 people plus.
There are so many people on this.
That's 2,000 stories.
And James Cameron managed to like have, like the one through line, but like managed to get like a pretty solid amount in there. I mean, even that old couple that we're talking about earlier, like that was a real deal. Like that was a couple that was on that ship, like a legit. I think it was Strauss was their last name. I think Ida was the woman, according to my notes. I'm trying to act all confused, but I made a note that said Ida was the woman. She was offered a seat on the lifeboat and she refused.
She didn't want to leave her husband.
She wanted to stay with her husband. Said, as we've lived together, we'll die together. And apparently Cameron,
you jump, I jump. I mean, that's Jack and Rose. That's what Rose does.
Well, apparently there was a scene in the film that showed that moment, and it was her saying, "Where you go, I go," And that's what inspired Rose's line later in the film, that
Yeah.
the older couple got cut, but like Rose says the same thing like later
Yeah.
on about like where you go, I go.
Yeah.
And it was, but anyway, it's just, I don't know, man. It's fucking cool. And the more you talk about it, yeah, I fucking love the movie and I don't care. I like Titanic.
Yeah, you're allowed to like Titanic, Gary. It's fine.
I like Titanic. Shut up, Todd.
All right, so let's get into before we end this episode, further viewing. What would you guys pair with Titanic?
Oh, well, let me jump right on in here. Asylum made Titanic 2.
Yeah.
So you guys should check
Okay.
that out. Probably, I don't know. I haven't seen it. But Titanic 2 exists.
How about Thumbtanic? Remember that one? Remember all those thumb movies in the early 2000s?
Dude, what?
Steve Odekirk, remember those?
Oh yeah. Oh my God. I forgot all about
They did like
those.
Bat Thumb and all that stuff. And Thumb Wars. Thumb Wars was a big one. They did a Thumbtanic, and it even had a parody of the Celine Dion song called "My Heart Is a Thumb."
I mean,
Wow.
clearly the movie you got to hit on is A Night to Remember. That's the easy one.
That's
Like,
the easy one. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the movie. I'll throw in Moulin Rouge. How about that?
Yeah. Okay. I can see that. I mean, it's
okay.
it's kind of that Romeo and Juliet thing.
Yeah, it's got the Romeo and Juliet thing, and it's I don't know. What do you want? What do you want in this movie? Because it's weird. You want?
I mean, I adore that movie. So
I don't know. We could do Star Trek 3: A Search for Spock or something.
sure, I guess you could.
Yeah.
That's weird. What about you, Todd?
I went, a little bit of a different direction.
As usual.
Yeah. Tried to think outside the box a little bit. But I went with The Last Samurai from 2003.
Okay.
Interesting. Okay.
Because I felt like a lot of Jack's motivations and Rose's motivations kind of culminated in, or were echoed, I should say, in Tom Cruise's character of Captain Nathan Algren. He's, Rose is kind of regretting the life that she's had to this point and the life that has been laid out before her, much like Captain Nathan Algren, regretting. He's a war hero, but he regrets the things that he's done in his life and he's ready for it to end. Just like Rose, she was ready to jump off the ship.
Yeah.
But it's when this other character who's kind of living in squalor, but who has this very romantic life, comes in and shows him this different, it gives him a different perspective and shows him how things could be, and, to live a life with honor and respect and all of that. And it sort of changes Captain Nathan Algren's, point of view and causes him to go forward and live a life that is truly honorable. And I just saw a lot of those things from Jack and Rose sort of embodied in these characters. And it's a period piece. Few years, about 5-6 years, made about 5-6 years later. It's one of my favorites. I really dig it. And so The Last Samurai, 2003.
Nice. That is outside the box, but I like your thinking on that. That's very interesting.
Yeah.
So I got a couple here. One is from the kind of disaster movie side of things, the Poseidon Adventure, 1972. Yeah, it's basically it's about a ship like a luxury liner who gets flipped over. Anyway, Poseidon Adventure, really, really good movie. On the other side of things, another older film I think that would pair really well is from 1965. The Titanic gets compared to David Lean a lot, but I would say David Lean's Dr. Zhivago. Dr. Zhivago is another romance set against a kind of historical moment, in this case the Russian Civil War and World War I in Russia. It's an incredible movie. It's also very, very long, just like Titanic. So I think it's a little bit longer than Titanic, actually, by about 15 minutes, if I remember right. But a really outstanding film, really, really great film. So those are my picks: Poseidon Adventure, Dr. Zhivago, and I guess Thumbtanic.
Thumbtanic.
Nice.
If you want to be a real piece of shit, you could watch The Notebook.
Yeah.
You could do that. This is a similar story. Jack and Rose. It's also may or may not have made me sad by the end.
We don't have to talk about your feelings, Gary.
Well, I feel like we're in it now. So let's make this a part 3.
Oh, all right. Well, let's just wrap it up and say that after the release of Titanic and the 3+ year journey that it took to get the movie on the screen, James Cameron was ready for a break. He wanted to spend some time with his daughter. He wanted to relax, maybe do a little bit of, mild exploring. So at the height of his career, the highest heights that a director could ever be at, James Cameron stepped away from feature filmmaking. He wasn't like resting on his laurels. I mean, he was what he described as the busiest unemployed filmmaker in history. But it would be another 12 years before he released another narrative film. And it was actually one that he started working on before Titanic. And that film would once again end up being the most expensive film ever made. And it is going to be the subject of one of our next episodes. Of course, I'm talking about Avatar. However, we have decided that we need a episode in between Titanic and Avatar, a little, I'll call it a bonus episode, I guess, but it's going to be, it'll be almost a full episode. Because, doing a little exploring on this, James Cameron was doing a lot in those 12 years between Titanic and Avatar. So I feel like, it's either our choices are either we devote a little, shorter episode to that, or we fold that into Avatar and have to turn Avatar into a 2-parter like we did Titanic. So
oh boy,
those were the choices. So instead,
dude, we're this deep in James Cameron. Wewe're so
deep in James Cameron.
We're like wrist deep in James Cameron. It's time.
I lost my watch.
Yeah. It's time to we're gonna get elbow deep in James Cameron. We might as well just go all the way,
So
at this point.
Well, so instead of doing our regular bonus episode where we do our preview, we're going to talk about those years in between Titanic and Avatar. And we'll probably give our, preview thoughts on Avatar, going into that like we do on our bonus episodes. But we want to release this as a regular episode. And then we'll get into Avatar after that. And that'll be the end of the James Cameron series. For now, he's got 4 more Avatar movies coming. So we'll revisit them down the line. But for now, we've got those 2 episodes left. And then that's it. We're at the end. But we're not there yet, guys. We still got a little ways to go on this journey.
I don't even know how to live my life without James Cameron.
Gary, your heart will go on.
We'll see.
Well, that's all I got for us, guys.
Oh man, I can't wait to get more into this, especially as the years go on. Like Kate Winslet at the end of this said, quote, "You'd have to pay me an awful lot of money to work with James Cameron again."
But she's in Avatar too, so
yeah. Well, apparently, wish granted.
Yeah.
So it's we'll see. But James Cameron's a fun subject. But
it's been really fun. So, but we're not done yet. We still got a ways to go. He's
hard. I can't wait to we're gonna get through James Cameron, and then we're gonna go to somebody maybe a little looser. I don't know, a little looser. But James Cameron is. I know more about James Cameron than I ever thought I'd know.
You know more about Titanic than you thought you'd ever wanted to know.
Yeah. And I'll tell you what, though, it made me appreciate it even more. So that's the idea, right?
That's what we're here for. That is what we're here for. I really think that, I watch, usually my process, a little peek behind the curtain on these, is I will most of the time watch the movie before I start doing any of my research. I'll watch the movie, I'll do research, write my notes for the episode, and then I'll watch the movie again, and it gives me a whole different perspective on it. So the idea, it's hopefully for our listeners is that they're listening to this, they're getting a different perspective on the movie, and then when they revisit it, they'll have a whole new appreciation for it that they might not have had before.
It's similar to when I used to be a lot more drunk and stay up a lot later, and then I would watch Jason Goes to Hell at 3 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah, and the alcohol gave you a better appreciation.
Yeah, I'd eat a mini pizza and drink a beer, and I'd watch Jason Goes to Hell with the director's commentary. And then you'd be like, these are what these people were going for. And now I have a better appreciation of Jason Goes to Hell.
Which is something that not a lot of people can say.
Right. And so you're like, oh, this movie is better than I gave it.
Well, until next week.
Not unlike Titanic. But until next week, you know what? May the wings of liberty never lose a feather, especially of these in these strange times.
And you know what? I'm going to switch mine up for this one. Here's to making it count.
Oh,
I've never spoken of him until now. Not to anyone. Not even your grandfather. A woman's heart is a deep ocean of secrets. But now you know there was a man named Johnny, and that he saved me in every way that a person can be saved. I don't even have the keys. He exists now, only in my memory.
There, the flute starts playing, and we go into sleep.
Exactly.
I'm flying, Jake. I'm really flying.
Big deal. I'm the king of the globe. Fatty.
Trust me, my heart is a phone. Teach me to spit, Jake.
Okay, geranium.